All right. Can everybody hear me? Okay, good. Okay, I got 6:30 on my clock, so I'm gonna go ahead and call the July 20th Board of Education meeting to order. Before I start, I wanna thank everybody for joining us today. Tonight, we're having this meeting via Zoom since we have a 45-person limit on mass gatherings as mandated by the Emergency Public Health Order of Sedgwick County Local Health Officer. To meet the requirements of the Kansas Open Meetings Act, we want to ensure that all patrons have access to hear this meeting. We understand that at any meeting, we have the potential to exceed the 45-person limit. So we've changed the format to Zoom to ensure we're compliant with current guidelines and to allow the most people possible to attend. And I also want to welcome Robin to her first meeting as a board member. So that's exciting. Good night for that. And with that said, our first item is our flag salute. So please stand as we do the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, next up, we have our adoption of the agenda. Let's see, I'll motion that we adopt the agenda as written. You guys can't unmute. Okay, so I don't think they can unmute. Okay, guys, someone try again. Let's see if it works. No.
There we go. It's working now.
Okay.
There you go.
Second.
All right, we do have a motion and a second. All those in favor? 7-0. Okay, next up onto our routine action. First up, we have the approval of the minutes from the July 13th, 2020 regular meeting.
I move to approve.
Or second.
Okay, we have a motion from Andy and a second from Matthew. All those in favor? 7-0. All right, next up, under routine action, we have our citizens and community presentations before the board. And the first up is DNEA with Joel Addis.
Good evening. I'm Joel Addis, special education teacher at El Paso Elementary and president of DNEA. It's common knowledge that educators work during their summer months, but I would see this summer as a time where we've seen an extensive number of educators give of their time and their ability to collaborate with administrators and all stakeholders to develop a plan to return to the task of educating students in these unique times. In my last board presentation, I referred to 4 basic principles in the DNEA's guidance on reopening schools. The members of the DNEA Executive Board that have reviewed the plan that will be presented this evening feel that it aligns with these principles, which were health expertise, educator voice, access to protection, and leading with equity. Teachers want to know the plan for their return to educating their students so that they can prepare for the beginning of the school year. Walking away from tonight's board meeting, knowing that this is the plan is a strong step forward. Once this plan passes board approval, we can continue to move forward together. Derby educators, I will be available to answer your questions about the plan after the decision is made tonight. Please do not hesitate to reach out to me. Thank you, and I would now stand for any questions.
Okay, were there any questions or comments for Joel? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Joel.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we are going to move on to our patrons. I'm going to read a statement here first. The Board of Education has a strong desire to hear from its constituents living in Derby Public School boundaries. Please state your name and address, be brief in your remarks, and avoid repeating the views of previous speakers. I ask that groups with the same special interest appoint a spokesperson. You are given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the board. Comments should refer to issues and not personalities. The board shall not hear personal complaints concerning any employee or groups of employees of the school district or any person connected with the school district. These concerns should be addressed through administrative channels. Presentations must be in good taste, befitting the occasion and the dignity of the board meeting. The open forum allows for the board to hear public comment, but there should be no expectation on the part of the citizen for a response at this time. The board will take your comments under advisement and conduct its business within the confines of board protocol. Patrons had the opportunity to sign up by noon today to speak before the board, or submit comments by providing their name and address to an online survey. We did not have any patrons sign up to speak. However, we did receive multiple comments to be read. Comments submitted anonymously or incomplete without an address will not be read. So I'm gonna go ahead and read these comments, and there is quite a few, so I did my best to summarize them. And so the first one we have is from Jason Snyder, and he's a Derby resident. And he doesn't feel comfortable having his child go to school if masks are required. He doesn't feel his daughter or other students would wear them correctly or keep them sanitary in order for them to work appropriately. Okay, next up is from Rachel Engel. She has a son with a medical condition that puts him at high risk for complications from COVID-19. She has looked at various homeschool options, but none will have the ability to reach her child, provide for him through the various therapies he receives, and allow him to continue to be a part of the Derby family. She is requesting a virtual learning program through the district to accommodate her son's needs and to keep him connected to Derby schools. Next up is Debbie Zorn. She is requesting half-day kindergarten for students this year as an alternative to distance learning. Classrooms could be sanitized in between sessions, keeping staff and students safe, while still giving kindergartners an opportunity to develop social skills through in-person class. Next, we have Holly West. She has 2 children in Derby schools, and one of those has a medical condition that puts her at high risk for complications from COVID-19. Although she would love for her children to be able to attend school, it is not an option because her daughter's compromised immune system. She is requesting a safe option for students like her daughter that allow them to receive required therapies and still allow them to be part of the Derby district. Next up is Shayna Brown. She is a mother of 2 children who receive special services in the district. Her children participated in Zoom lessons in the spring and found it difficult with regard to speech and therapy services they were receiving. When receiving speech therapy, the sound was artificial and often broken. Hearing services were equally deficient due to the technology at the time. It is difficult to teach and correct signage and provide instantaneous correction over Zoom. She is requesting in-school services, or at least having the option to attend in school. If hybrid is necessary, she prefers an interactive live stream option. She and her children prefer to be back in school with some sort of normalcy, while still understanding that some things will look and feel different. Next, we have Charlie Wooten, and Charlie is requesting we approve the Governor Kelly's recommendation to start school after Labor Day. And so with that, I'm gonna follow it up real quick. So that actually is not something that we, the Derby School Board, have the, it's not something that we can decide, really. That's gonna fall to our State Board of Education that will decide if they are going to stick with the Labor Day start or go back to the original start date. So like you, Charlie, we are also awaiting that decision. Okay, so next up is Aaron Wooten. Aaron is also requesting that we follow Governor Kelly's guidance on the start of school. Aaron is also concerned about the feasibility of kids complying with all safety mitigation measures, including social distancing and mask wearing. Next up we have Christina Witten. She is requesting a hybrid option with core coursework completed in school, while other subjects could be completed at home. Due to a medical condition, she has a high-risk daughter requesting that 4th and 5th grade students wear masks to protect themselves, their teachers, and the staff. If masks are not required in those grades, she will seek alternative schooling options. And our last comment comes from Rochelle Stroop. And she is a mental health therapist here in Derby who sees well over 35 patients a week, with 80% being children ages 2 to 17. Since schools closed in March, the children that she serves have continued to struggle with anxiety, depression, and isolation, and those numbers are continuing to skyrocket. She notes that children need one-on-one interaction and human connection. School is a safe place for many children who are now at home, some who are not in the best situation. Parents who have come to her have said they are having trouble balancing work and teaching their children at home, and they feel their children are falling behind as a result. She feels extracurricular programs are also needed, like band, debate, sports, etc., as these provide children with lifelong skills, including leadership. With the delay in schools opening, she is even more concerned with the mental health of our children. She has children in the Derby district and is asking the board to fully consider students' mental health and look for ways to find a balance between keeping everyone physically safe in addition to keeping their mental health safe. Okay, so that is all of the comments we had from the patrons that had submitted by noon today. And as you can see, we had quite a few. I want to thank everyone that submitted those comments. There's definitely lots of good information, lots of passion in there, and we will take that under consideration as we discuss this later on in this process. So we are going to continue on now on our agenda to our consent items, and there's only 3, so I'll read those. First up, we have our memorandum of understanding for the Pando initiative. We have our DRC board appointment, and we have our certified and classified personnel reports.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have Matthew with the motion, Tina with the second. All those in favor? 7-0. Okay, next up, item 5A under reports is our return to learn plan for 2020-2021 school year with Heather Bahati and Dr. Holly Putnam Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Heather Bahati, Superintendent here in Derby Public Schools. And I thank all of the students, staff, community, and others that are joining us tonight to hear about our 2020-2021 school year plan. There has been a lot of different work and effort from task force and individuals to get to this point. So we are excited to share with you the plan this evening. I also appreciate the comments that our community and families submitted tonight as part of the patron section to provide feedback. A lot of feedback from surveys and other information went into the development of this plan tonight. Before we get started, we do have special guests here tonight and to share some information that's important about with rolling out our Return to Learn plan and recent executive orders that have been issued. But we do have State Board of Education member Kathy Bush that has joined us. So we appreciate her time tonight. And she's going to speak just briefly to you about that and then answer any questions, and then we will continue on. So thank you, Ms. Bush, for joining us tonight.
Yeah, glad to be here, and thanks to you, and thanks for the invitation. I have been involved. This last week we had the State Board of Education meeting, and we did adopt the Navigating Change 2020 guidance document that we sent out that has operations information and instructional information. And I know your superintendent, and I think probably your team was involved in a Zoom on that last Thursday. We also had last week where Governor Kelly had announced that she was going to do an executive order. And then today I actually listened on Facebook Live, and she did do an executive order that there's been an interesting change in the law. And there were 2 executive orders that she issued today. One she went ahead and signed. So let me talk just briefly about that one. I don't have that in front of me, but this was an executive order that she signed as far as use of masks, temperature, and there's a few other things in it. I really don't remember all that was in it, but those were several items. That particular executive order does not come to the State Board of Education for approval, so we will not see that. That executive order, my understanding is, will go to the local counties, and they can either approve. I don't know that they have to approve, but they can overturn that or make the order less restrictive if they should so choose. The executive order, for instance, it's a little bit different than the guidance in the Navigating Change 2020 document. Has to do with masks, temperature, that kind of a thing. So this is a little more stringent, the executive order is. So our understanding, and we'll get more of this information on Wednesday, but our understanding that executive order can go to the local county commissions that can make that less restrictive. So that will not come to the state board. The one that will come to the State Board of Education, then this is via this new law, which was enacted in May, and I could tell you the number, but now I don't see it. Let me just tell you basically what it is. The new executive order is that the State Board of Education will rule on, and I'll kind of summarize what this is. The new executive order has to do with K-12 public and private schools, and these are accredited schools, is my understanding, will not allow attendance, instruction, athletic practice, or competition, rehearsal, performance, or other interactions in an instructional manner, including virtual, online, or any direct or indirect means of providing instruction between faculty, staff, and students of public or private schools K-12, starting August 10th through August 8th. And then there's a few exceptions to that. So let me go over that for clarification. One of the exceptions is that students who are enrolled in concurrent credit classes, so these will be your high school students that are enrolled in concurrent credit classes to receive college credit, may attend classes, and actually the K-12 faculty may provide instruction for college credit in locations other than the K-12 facilities. So if there are faculty that are teaching those concurrent enrollment classes, they can do that. They may have to either do it from their home or from the facility where the concurrent classes, where they're getting credit. So that is one of the exceptions to the executive order. The other one is the enrollment of students. So your enrollment of students can occur in the school buildings, or, and then it says other administrative activities that occur at K-12 attendance centers or otherwise. And then the third thing that's an exception to this executive order is, I'll read this again, screenings and evaluations of students to determine accommodations and placement needs for the 2021 school year may occur at a K-12 school attendance center or elsewhere, It does say non-accredited private schools are not subject to provisions of this order. So this will be an order that the State Board of Education will vote on Wednesday. What we have done is the department has put this executive order on the KSDE website. It will be open for public comment for 24 hours. So the public will be able to provide written comments, much as what you just received today. Those written comments will be accepted until 4:30 tomorrow afternoon. And that those comments, it has the typical thing that you would include in public comments. So those will then be compiled and they will get to the board. Then we will have our special meeting on Wednesday, July 22nd at 10 o'clock. And we will go over the executive order and go over the information regarding the executive order. We've requested that Commissioner Watson have Dr. Norman there to talk about the medical information that he has and to why the information that was provided to Dr. Kelly that put up as far as the executive order being put out in the first place. So we requested he be there. Will receive information from the attorneys regarding this law and what procedures have to take place. So we will vote on this. If the state board would approve, there's 10 members on the state board. So it would have to pass with 6 members, at least 6. So if that state, excuse me, if that executive order is passed with 6 votes or more, then what could happen then is that actually, and this is where there seems to be a little disagreement between the attorneys, you know how those things go. So this would then, our attorneys feel that this could then go to the local county commissions and they could overturn or lessen, I don't know that I want to say severity, but lessen the effects of the executive order. So we feel like that still could go to the local county commissioners. And again, we'll get some further opinions from the attorneys on Wednesday. If it does not pass, and it could be a 5-5 vote, it could be less than that, then the executive order essentially is not in effect. That does not mean that you as a local board of education or even Sedgwick County, of which we're all a part of, couldn't say that they are going to close schools for X amount of times. The local county health or the local county commissioners still do have that authority. And you as local board members can always adjust your start date. So if for some reason you guys decide that you want to do that, you do have to look at on your required hours and make adjustments with that. I know a number of superintendents are already kind of talking about those things. I've talked to one superintendent in the region and their district has already decided, regardless of what the executive order does, that they will delay until after Labor Day. So that's probably the gist of things. And if you have questions, I would be happy to at least try to answer those questions.
All right. Thank you for that presentation. I did have one quick question to start. If the order goes into effect and is not overturned by any other means, county commissioners or whatever it is, the missed hours, is that something you guys are going to take up on how that's going to be made up? Or is that something we need to figure out locally?
The missed hours, because you probably all know we have to have 1,116 hours. Some people say 180 days, but it's technically hours. Those hours last spring, the legislature gave the state board the authority to waive the number of hours. All school boards had to turn in a plan, and you guys did that. And then we voted on those plans to be able to waive the hours. The legislature at this point has not given the state board the authority to waive those hours. At some point in time, they may, I don't know. You know, with this pandemic, as you guys well know, we don't know what's going to happen. Our numbers are spiking in the county. You know, we don't know what's going to happen in, say, November or December, and if we'll end up out of school again. It's just a lot of unknowns. I mean, good heavens, 2 weeks ago, we wouldn't have thought our numbers would look like they do today. So things are changing, unfortunately, rather rapidly. Hopefully the numbers now begin to take a downturn. Hopefully they do. But the legislature would have to convene and have to vote to give the state board the authority to waive hours. If they don't, then local boards would have to take a look at your options. I mean, one certainly is extending the school year. Another is to look at maybe you take some of your days that are already designated for professional development during the school year, and you decide that those will be instructional days versus professional development days. Professional development days currently count as a half a day of instruction, so you gain a half a day there. Some folks will take a look at Christmas break or spring break. Maybe you have some other kind of a break, and so some people will do accommodations there. There's a variety of things, but right now, if the legislature doesn't give the state board the authority to waive those hours, then we cannot do that. and you guys do have to stay, all local schools do have to meet those minimum hours. Long-winded statement for that response, but Justin, that's hopefully explained that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Andy?
Hi, Kathy. Thanks for being on the meeting with us tonight. Just a question in regard to Wednesday's meeting. Do you anticipate having, I know the Kansas COVID work group for kids contributed to your plan that you put out, and I thought there was a lot of good information in there. Will they be providing an update, or will they be giving any feedback to you all in addition to Dr. Norman, or do you know?
It's interesting you asked that, because, folks are asking, well, how are you going to make your decision, and this and that and the other. And what I have done, I have 3 things that I have done to do my homework ahead of time. One, I've listened to my constituents, and I've gotten tons of emails, as you can imagine, and phone calls. 2, I have reached out to the superintendents in my area. I have 5 superintendents in my area. I've reached out and heard from all of them and gotten feedback from all of them. And then the third thing that I have done is I have reached out to local medical professionals. I can listen to a doctor in Washington, D.C., but I don't feel like that does me a lot of good of what's going on here in Kansas. I can get on the internet. I can see, you can find whatever you want to on the internet. But I reached out to local medical professionals, and some of the folks that I was able to, the people on work group, and I got a lot of good information. I had 2 of them, and I'm going to share that board on Wednesday, some feedback from these folks. May with Rain now that and see if there's any of them that would update to us, because we had a lot of good feedback from that group. So thank you for asking that question.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Tina?
Kathy, thank you for being here this evening. The report was very lengthy, very detailed, a lot of good information in there. Took me a while to get through it, but I managed. So I guess, going forward, I don't really know. I think we're all in the same boat as we don't really know what to do. I mean, honestly, we're all kind of spinning right now. How do you foresee, I know when I watched today, the governor made the comment that the masks, the temperatures, that was not up for question. But your interpretation is that it can go to the county and the county can lessen the restrictions?
That is my interpretation, and that comes from department attorneys. And if you can, listen in on Wednesday, because we will, if my other colleagues don't ask that question, I will be asking that question. I think there's some folks, maybe in the governor's office, those attorneys don't agree with that, but our attorneys do, and some other attorneys do. So I think that may be a question that the attorneys may have to end up working out, which is, not always a good thing when attorneys have to work things out. But I hope none of you are attorneys. But our interpretation is that mask and that other executive order can go to the counties for them to change the restriction. They may keep it, they may lessen it, they may adjust it. When I think of masks, I mean, the guidance in the Navigating Change document said, masks for our younger kids were really probably not very practical. And also, when I talk to these doctors that I've talked to, they've said, young kids certainly can spread the disease. They called it shed the virus. I've learned more things than I wanted to, that they can, but they don't do it nearly as likely as the older kids. The other issue is with taking temperatures. You guys have a huge high school. You have some pretty good sized middle schools, and you can imagine what it would be like. And we have the big high schools up here in Wichita also. you can imagine what it would be like trying to take temperatures of all those students as they come in the doors. I don't know that we could all find enough thermometers, those ones that, you get the temperature on your head. I don't know that we could all find enough of those to be able to take temperatures. So I personally have a concern about that particular one. Not that I don't think it's valuable and it would be helpful, but I think it would be very difficult and darn near impossible for, you guys, let alone, would have to have several of those thermometer sensors, and we up in Wichita area they would too. So yeah, so my understanding is that does have to go to the counties.
Good, thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, Justin, it's Mark.
Mark?
Hey, Kathy, thanks again for joining us.
You bet.
So I work in a pretty large plant. We've been working through all of this, and masks, hand sanitizer, hired cleaning crew that rotates through all common areas, bathrooms, several times a day. There's, I think if we take on this challenge without backing off on any of these, our teaching goals for the year, we will, there'll be a shortage of teachers like day one. Is there any talk about some additional resources to help the school districts?
Well, the CARES money has already come out to the districts, so all the districts have received the CARES money that went from the federal government through KSDE out to the districts, and you guys have received that. There is what's called Spark money. I don't know, I'm sure that's an acronym, and that has gone to the local counties. So there is money, and I would suggest you talk to your local county commissioner and find out what the procedure is going to be to request Spark money from Sedgwick County, because there is that money available. And I do think every school district's going to need some of that money. These additional cleaning supplies are going to be expensive. Additional PPE, that's going to be expensive. So I would suggest you begin to look at what kinds of things you're going to need and talk to your local county commissioner about what you can do as far as qualifying and applying for that Spark money.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Andy?
Kathy, just again, I want to thank you for being on the call. I did have the opportunity, I guess I would say, to listen to your meetings, I guess, and learned a lot. So thank you for all the work that you guys have done at the state level to help us out here. We appreciate it.
You bet. Well, this is going to be just like last spring was a unprecedented times where I think we're going into it again. And I do think we'll probably be in and out of school some this next year. It'll vary from district to district and county to county. And that's why I think we need to really take a look at that. And Tina, you mentioned that plan. It is, it's almost 1,100 pages. But if you look at it, the operations piece is much smaller. And when your teachers actually dig into it, like when I taught middle school and high school science. Well, I would have gone into the science section and I would have found my section and worked with that section. So I don't think it'd be quite, but it does provide some good guidance, and I would certainly encourage, and I'm sure your superintendent is in communication with KSDE. Do not hesitate to reach out to me if you've got questions, and I can certainly try to find some answers for you. I'm happy to help.
All right, thanks, Kathy, for coming out and speaking with us.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you, and best of luck to you all.
Very good. Thank you, Kathy. We appreciate her joining tonight, and also, again, the work, the KSDE, the task force, again, educators throughout the state of Kansas, the time they have spent this summer, and also, again, we have many people on the YouTube Live tonight. Do want to thank those that have joined in since I last was on, to thank our Return to Learn task force members that have taken their summer and we're getting ready to present the plan that they've worked so hard on under the direction of Dr. Holly Putnam Jackson. We appreciate all of her leadership in this and getting us and all the committee members to this point tonight. Tonight, we are going to share with you just briefly highlights of what to expect in the presentation tonight. We are also appreciative of our collaboration with our local professional association, DNEA. And tonight, along with the presentation, Joel Addis, DNEA president, will be part of this presentation, along with Dr. Holly Putnam Jackson, our assistant superintendent of curriculum instruction, Burke Jones, who is our director of operations, Matt Liston with safety security, and Katie Carlson, director of communications.
And we know that many people were hoping that the plan presented this evening would be the plan in its entirety. However, the plan shared tonight is not the entire plan. Instead, the plan shared this evening is focused on both instructional delivery models and operational guidelines.
Okay. Getting to this point, we recognize there's varying comfort levels when you talk about return to learn to school. And so the task force, as they have worked since May, over 100 individuals have worked on the Derby's return to learn plan, have kept those varying perspectives in mind to reach to this plan. So you're going to find that the plan is not just one option, but you will see that it is formatted to fit different people's comfort level, and obviously keeping at the forefront about education and those delivery models. 4 things that we talk about and we visited as a district leadership team, and also in visiting with DNEA and very much in line with their principles, but is that education piece of it. We know kids need to be learning, and so that may look different, and that's why we're going to be talking about different models, but it's important that they're involved with educational experiences. The safety and security is crucial, so making sure that we have in place methods and modes and that parents and students and staff feel very comfortable with this. So we will touch on some items tonight. And making sure we have equity and compassion. When we look at this, and you'll hear the different models, but it is important that all students are able to learn and they have the ability to learn. We know that there's many different circumstances, and those comments heard from our patrons earlier speak to that. We have students with special needs. We have families that may have somebody living in their household with compromised immune systems, and that would be it would be very detrimental if they brought home COVID-19. And so they are asking for remote learning. And there are families that are ready for their students to come back to school and they want an in-person method. So really listening and wanting to take in consideration and working with each of those different circumstances was taken in consideration when you hear the plan. And the next one we've been operating on since March across, and commend our educators, again, our families and our parents that are on this call, and our Board of Education, everybody with flexibility, because we have had to be flexible. Even in this last week, we've had many changes, and we are here to work and be flexible and keeping that focus on student learning.
And I think it's important to note that even though our principles aren't exactly worded the same way, they still line up for the same goal. And that goal is educating all of our students in a safe environment.
There are, you will hear tonight, various ways that we have gained input and feedback. So that will be presented in the presentation. And of course, the Return to Learn Committee. We've had parent advisory focus groups and the various surveys that were given.
And we know that in these unique times, there will be sections of our negotiated agreement that will need to be addressed through a memorandum of understanding. Members of the DNEA Executive Board will be working on this MOU in collaboration with district administration. Our plan is to have the certified bargaining unit vote on the MOU in time to bring it before the board at the August 3rd meeting.
Items that are going to be touched on tonight is going over the document that you may see on the screen there, the Navigating Change, the Kansas Guide to Learning and School Safety Operations. This is the document that State Board of Education member Kathy Bush was making reference to, so we will be touching on that. We will highlight survey information that was given. We will also go over the Return to Learn plan. Talking also about cleaning, disinfecting plans. We will also touch on the personal protective equipment and safety related items. Again, that is high level. These are in general items that we have gotten in place and secured, not exactly the logistics at this point. That will come at a future board meeting. Tonight, again, we're focusing on the actual curricular instructional delivery method, but it's important that parents know about that we are definitely keeping and have a plan for cleaning and disinfecting if they choose to have their student come back on site to school. And then we'll touch on enrollment dates, times, and communications, and then we will take any questions that we have. Tonight, I will mention this is under a report. At the end, we do want to make sure we get questions answered, but we are requesting your approval of the plans that are being presented tonight. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Holly Putnam Jackson to go over the plan.
Good evening, Derby parents and board members. We are going to share some information about our KSDE State Department of Education plan, just a high-level overview. I heard a board member reference trying to read through all 1,100 and some odd pages of the guidance. And there's quite a bit of great information there to help provide guidance to schools to plan continued learning for students in a variety of formats. So many educators, community members, parents, thoughts and expertise went into developing this document for our state. The Navigating Change 2020 Kansas Guide to Learning and School Safety Operations was created with two overarching questions. How do we keep students, educators, and community members as safe as possible? So that is the latter part of the document that starts in the late 900 pages there. And then our second question is, how do we ensure each student is learning and being supported regardless of the learning environment of instruction? And that second question, as you see there, truly speaks to, as both Heather and Joel were referencing there, making sure that our plan addresses students with various learning needs in an equitable format, and that our plan encompasses the needs of our students and families that we work together to serve. As part of the Navigating Change, there are both instructional models that are recommended for grade bands and then instructional competencies. Those instructional competencies are meant to provide continuous learning, to provide districts with flexibility so that we can navigate changing circumstances. I heard Ms. Bush describe that we may have some times where we are in school, out of school, depending upon varying circumstances this year. And so the document was set up to make recommendations both in grade bands and by organizing competencies into the humanities, which is social studies, ELA, and the arts, as well as STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, to help provide some of that flexibility while we're delivering instruction, but also to help ensure that our students learned critical competencies that were important at each grade level. The competencies do not replace the standard. but rather they set instructional priorities for educators and teams to work together to address. Additionally, they also provide information on whether it's a K2, 3, 5, 6, 8 band, what would be considered an ICANN statement that describes what the student ought to be able to do after learning the competency in order to demonstrate that they have mastered it effectively. The plan that has been put forth by KSDE is not an all or nothing plan, but it allows the flexibility, especially when you look at some of the different instructional models that they've included, to implement those competencies and instructions in multiple ways. The KSDE Navigating Change document also addresses operations with the goal of developing recommendations so that we can reopen our schools in a safe manner based upon the resources and the needs within our local district. It talks about, it was developed by more than 80 educators and talks about how we can keep our health classrooms, common spaces, how we can transition, how we can plan for extracurricular and co-curricular activities, as well as continue to feed and support the students that we serve. And it is comprehensive recommendations for school districts to consider as we are navigating the various circumstances we might encounter during our pandemic. The KSDE Navigating Change Plan also talks about learning environments and provides recommendations for flexibility to move as necessary in between either an on-site, hybrid, or remote learning environment based upon student needs or local health guidelines. So as we were awaiting state guidance, and then again, we did have several educators, members of the instructional team, and people throughout the district who were on some of these committees, whether it was in phase 1, phase 2, or actually stage 3. We also had committees that were working. We had over 160 educators who volunteered their time beginning in May when their school year would typically be winding down to serve on task force to help us gather staff feedback, to listen to student focus groups so that we could improve upon what we had already begun during Q4, as well as to hear some from parents and their feedback. So in March, we had our initial Derby Learning Task Force that worked through spring break to come up with our initial plan. In May, again, we had our Return to Learn Task Force. And so while we were graduating and most people were heading off for summer, we had a dedicated group of educators and parents and students who were providing feedback through our thought exchange, through a staff thought exchange survey, and also through listening to student focus groups at the elementary, middle, and high school level. In June of 2020, they continued to work. Those task force members broke out into work groups and continued to work over the summer to talk about standards and competencies that were local priority based upon what we know about our students and the instructional resources that we have. To talk about parent training. So how can we communicate what we expect or what parents may expect in each learning model that we could possibly need to deliver, and how can we make that seamless? So we're really partnering together with parents and able to support our learners who might be learning in a remote, hybrid, or in-person environment. How to keep our students engaged, no matter what learning format that we were in. Again, we wanted to make sure that we were prepared for just about any scenario. And then a learning format group that really focused on the hybrid and the remote part of instruction, that researched and took a look at what research said about virtual schools and their effectiveness, and what was the best practice that we could employ when delivering remote instruction. They also took a look at lesson planning and how to use our high quality, rigorous instruction that we already deliver as part of the Derby curriculum, and to take it and make sure that that same level of instruction is also delivered intentionally through hybrid formats or remote formats. In July, after receiving draft guidance, our Return to Learn task force members reconvened. We also had a parent advisory focus group that joined the task force on subcommittee calls. They looked at our recommendation and parts of our draft plan and provided us with feedback on some of the points that were brought up by teachers, so that we can make sure that what we were offering were meeting our students' needs. Next, we'll take a look at some staff results from our staff survey. Our first question, and I think the one that has garnered quite a bit of interest, is should we receive guidance from our local health authorities that we're able to be in school with safety precautions in place, what would be the staff's preferred method of instruction or of teaching? And we made a note in there that we may have to adjust those teaching assignments every 9 weeks based upon what our parents and students are expressing as needs. So we had 280 staff, or about 60.3%, that indicated that they preferred an in-person option. We had 86 staff members, or 18.5%, that said they preferred a remote option. 169 of our responding staff members, which is 36.4%, said they prefer a hybrid option. And then we had about 35 staff members, so that's 7.5, that indicated that they had an increased health risk. On this option, we did request that they reach out to HR so that we could immediately begin working on meeting their needs and accommodations. We were hoping for a little bit over 500 staff, and so far we have about 464 responses. Our parent survey asked the same question, but from a parent perspective. So if we are able to return, what would you, how would you be willing to return your child to school for the 2021 school year? We had 61.8% of our parents that indicated they would prefer an in-person return. We had about 24.2% that said that they would prefer a hybrid option. And we said that would be 1 to 2 days in person and 3 days of remote or online only instruction. We had 13.6% of our parents indicate that they preferred a remote only option for their student. And then we had approximately 17 students, or 0.5 of our students, indicate that they had selected another educational option. When we went back to our staff survey and asked them what would make them feel more comfortable returning to school in person, we provided them with a list of options that you see here down the left-hand side of your slide, ranging from transportation safety measures to improved cleaning, to sufficient PPE, social distancing in classrooms, or mask wearing. And our highest responses were in the areas of being contacted if a student or staff member gets sick. So they want to know so that they can help know when there's COVID spread. They also requested information about improved cleaning before and after school. Also, sufficient personal protective equipment. And then about 62% talked about social distancing in classrooms. Comparatively, our parents indicated with that exact same question that they wanted to know more about. 78.2% would feel most comfortable if they heard about improved cleaning before and after school started. 76.3% also indicated being contacted if a student or staff member got sick was important to them. Social distancing in classrooms, 54.8% felt that was important. And then guidance from local health providers or health officials, 49.4% said following that guidance would help them feel more comfortable sending their student back to school in person. And so as we were developing our guide, we took a look at some of this information and included a few pieces in there that you'll see as we talk forward. For our Derby staff survey, the visitors chart, 95.9% of our staff indicated that they would be supportive of having less traffic in the building to limit COVID exposures for students and staff. And the examples provided for that option included parent drop-off, volunteers, etc. Our parent survey echoed that sentiment, with 87.3% of our parents indicating that they would support less traffic in the building to limit exposure and keep staff and students safe, with 12.7% of them indicating no. So as we looked at all of those different results, we use them as well as our mission statement so that we are continuing to grow and improve as we develop our draft. When you look at our draft, we start off by thanking our task force members and also just speaking about kind of the unprecedented or unpredictability of our current times. We also talked about how fortunate the Derby district is to already have many resources such as curriculum with electronic components and one-to-one devices already in place to support many of our students. And then we also send a special thank you to each educator, parent, and student. Those were some of the most fun conversations, but if you think about that from a student's perspective, you were one of a handful of kids on a Zoom with several teachers, which I'm sure was not intimidating, maybe more for some and less for others. But they did speak up and tell us what worked for them and what sorts of things they struggled with. So here are our three models that we are looking at. To begin with, we are really looking at two different models. So you will see those models here highlighted in gray. And then we've described some of the components to give an overview of each one. So for in-person model, we would have our safety precautions in place. We will learn more about those as we get later on in our presentation. Two pieces that both parents, students, and task force members echoed continuously was the importance of taking attendance and also making sure that grading remains consistent. So you will see those pieces are across any of our models that we have here in our chart. Lunch will be served on site. And only in a remote environment will lunch potentially be available through our lunch line sites. And then in a hybrid model, we would have regular class rotations and activities, full interventions in place, and we would keep an eye out on local health guidance to see if we needed to have groups of students or cohorts remain closely together. The hybrid model would only be used if local health guidelines mandated that we had smaller groups. So if you think back to fourth quarter, when we were working last year, at one point we had groups sizes that had to be less than 10, and then we were less than 15 and less than 20. And so any of those group sizes, especially with the 6 feet of social distancing, has an impact on how many kids we can get into our classrooms following those. So the hybrid model is really designed and intended to make sure that learning in person can continue with some of those guidance pieces in place. So we would have in a hybrid model some shortened instructional times to allow teachers time to check in with their online class in the morning. So think of a teacher starting the day, the first 25 minutes or so with her remote students or his remote students and saying, good morning class, here's what you're working on today. Here's where you get your materials, what questions do you have? And then transitioning to in-person students. Then they would end the day, which is another little small 20-minute or so snippet of time so that they are able to answer students' questions and also respond to parent inquiries. We learned from our parents and our student focus groups, as well as our educators, that this was really important. I will quote a fifth grader from a focus group who basically said, you know, it took a while for me to get that answer to that math question. And so I emailed my teacher and it took, you know, about half a day, full day for them to get back to me. And by the time they got back to me, he said, I was over it. And I looked at him and thought, well, young man, you can't quite be over it. You got to keep going. But that, you know, that time where they have the end of the day to check back in and start the day with their students and to make that connection with students in a socially emotional manner, it can be quite important. So we will have in-person instruction 1 to 2 days a week, remote instruction 3 days a week is what we are estimating. And again, that will depend on local guidance. If our groups are allowed to be larger, then we may be able to go to the higher end of those in-person days. Again, coursework, full schedule, slightly shorter. Remote portion mirrors the in-person schedule. And in any of these models, as long as they are meeting that one class, we would be able to allow sports participation based upon CASHA guidance. For our remote model, we would provide students with additional cybersecurity lessons. Again, attendance and grading would be taken daily. And the schedule would mirror the in-person schedule. There would be shortened live lessons. Some of our feedback has indicated that students need slightly shorter lessons than in person with time to do independent work and then get their answers checked or answered by their teacher. We would include cross-curricular team projects to apply the learning competencies that students have learned in a real world and supported partner format, and also to help prevent such social isolation. And we would keep an eye on class size so that we're making sure that when we are working in a remote environment, we have an appropriate student to teacher ratio. Again, the next part just provides an overview of our in-person and remote instructional options, indicating that the hybrid only occurs if required due to group size or other mandates. And then also adding in that if we were to begin or have to spend an extended amount of time in a remote only online environment, that we would add in drop-in supports. So going back to fourth quarter when we had the smaller 10 or less mandates, we would be looking for groups of students, whether they were special ed, at risk, ELO, students who needed CTE labs in order to get industry recognized credentials, or some of those things, to be using a school-wide schedule of rooms where we could schedule small groups of under 10 to provide drop-in support. We then move on to talk about class level expectations and our staff expectations across delivery models. Our task force members did a really good job of identifying what we could do in order to ensure things go smoothly for our students and our parents. Some of the things that they've highlighted is that they would, of course, follow safety precautions, that they would include at the beginning of the year, because we ended differently, social emotional activities to address students adjusting back into an in-person school environment. They would also label student supplies individually. They would pre-teach remote instruction procedures and expectations so that if we have to transition, students are aware of those and they know how to access their course information, how to Zoom appropriately with their classmates and their teacher, and that they would also know how to use some of those technology applications, and that they would pre-teach how to remain safe in school. So what are the safety guidelines that we are expected to follow and that we can all follow to help keep each other safe? In-person classroom expectations would include information on drop-off and pick-up in visitors, and again, in response to our survey data, making sure those expectations are clear. Making sure that we have our classrooms arranged so that we can follow social distancing, cleaning, disinfecting, and other guidelines. Establishing classroom expectations at the beginning of the year, not just for in-person learning, but also for transitioning to remote learning as needed. Changes in restroom breaks so that we're making sure that, again, we're keeping everyone safe and following the appropriate distancing and hand washing procedures. Recess, we would follow local health guidelines to have recess outside. If we needed to, we would do small groups or limit the use of play structures, but we certainly want to make sure that we get recess occurring as much as possible. When recess is not allowed, we would look for alternative indoor activities, brain breaks or games that we can use to provide students with breaks when outdoor recess is not allowed. We would work with our administrators and our operations department to determine hallway movement that limits congestion. Again, you think of the size of some of our middle school and high schools, and that is an important piece to help make sure that everyone maintains. We also would work with our staff to plan cleaning between groups of students. We would ask that in between groups of students as they're transitioning in and out, that teachers would spray down the surfaces with district provided disinfectant and cleaner. And if that surface doesn't dry prior to students entering, that we would provide students with a paper towel upon entry. Again, attendance and grades will be fully taken and used. Cyberbullying and bullying in general and inappropriate contact will follow the expectations that we would typically hold for our students and will be dealt with according to school expectations. And then we've included here, again, more to come on the specifics for managing COVID outbreaks, but a preparedness plan. So each school would create a preparedness plan that includes a triage plan for if they were to have the outbreak, how they could help contain it, separate students, take temperatures, contact parents, while keeping everyone safe. Our task force members did a great job of recommending things that we could do for transition. We've already talked about many of these, including pre-teaching, safety and cleaning expectations, how to access remote online learning. In a hybrid model, again, we would have those schedules completed early on in the year so that families know what to expect. We also would have hybrid versions of our transportation, lunch schedules, and then some hotspots ready to disperse to families who qualify. And then also a remote online schedule that has been pre-communicated to families. And we would also let them know, of course, anytime that we are transitioning as soon as we know. And we would transition to that schedule. If we stayed there for an extended period of time, we would implement our team learning projects. And then we would also ensure that attendance was taken and that we have some additional social emotional supports that are set up through our classroom web pages that we would utilize to help our students. So the next page just kind of describes that chart in detail. Our task force members have a checklist of expectations, again, just to make sure that we are prepared to transition when we need to. They've also recommended some different proactive steps, including consistent platforms. Some of the feedback that we did receive from parents as well as students is that we had some teachers that were communicating via email and some through Google Classroom and some through class streams and Canvas. And at times when they were supposed to go get lessons, they found it challenging to go and navigate back and forth in between all those different platforms. What is neat about that is our educators in a new environment were going above and beyond to reach out and make sure that they communicated with their parents and their students. And so what this task force agreed to was that Google Classroom would be used for elementary. However, we could put in our class instructions, links to different things we may be doing, such as Seesaw for interaction or Flipgrid, or to our Wonders reading series, any of those different pieces. But then they would make sure that way students weren't confused and they knew exactly where to go. For secondary, that organization is Canvas. And one of the pieces of feedback our students gave us was that they really preferred the module organization of Canvas, so they could see what they had to do, what had been turned in, and what was missing. We would provide parents with a consistent password cheat sheet at the beginning of the year. And then in order to support the smooth transitions, again, all of those schedules would be shared with families up front. We have a packing and unpacking list to ensure that our students have charged devices, that they have the reading writing companion from Wonders or their Pearson consumable at the secondary level, or their instruments, so that they can make sure that they practice, that they are taking home each night. And then bringing back in the morning. So we've developed a few of those things to help both our staff and our parents as we transition and to ensure that we're supporting that. Another proactive piece that was done is our high school. They really were looking and thinking out of the box about how they could support their 2,100 high school students if they had to switch to a hybrid schedule or a remote schedule or go back and forth in between those to ensure that their students received credit. And so what they came up with was a quarter schedule, knowing that it would be really hard and almost impossible for them to do that in the middle of the year, let alone to shift back and forth in between. And so they're starting the year out with a 4-period plus a homeroom schedule, whether we are in person or remote, and then are working to assign students in a hybrid model. We did go through and included information about staff expectations, again, just to make sure things operate and flow smoothly for our students that we're supporting and our staff. As part of that, everyone will have an assigned hybrid schedule. On our in-person days, of course, the class sizes would be smaller, and we have worked with a group of educators to adapt our curriculum maps with the KSDE priority standards, but also keeping our local priority standards within our curriculum map. In a hybrid model, teachers will be required to follow the health and safety mandates that are in effect at that time. And at the recommendation of our parents, students, and educators, we've included some communication expectations that should be used by each educator. And those things include just being proactive with our communication, making sure that that live class schedule and links are posted, making sure that we have our Google Sites and Canvas sites ready to go by Monday morning of each week, including learning facilitator times for teachers to answer parent and student questions when in a hybrid mode, making sure that we have our lesson plans noting which activities are in person and which ones might be independent and which ones are during a live lesson to kind of help our families sort through that. That we would respond to questions from parents within 24 hours, and back to my 5th grader with feedback on response time for math problems, ensuring that we answer students' questions by the end of the day whenever possible, and definitely within a 24-hour time period. As part of our remote lessons in a hybrid environment, we would strive to vary our live lessons. That was one of the things our students requested. It was also something that was part of our learning format work groups research, where they showed that the more rigorous online programs included interactive activities for students to complete to help maintain engagement. And then also that we maintain our course information in a manner where if we had to have a substitute to cover, they would have access to the teacher's classroom information in a subplan in a Google folder that has been shared with the building principal. A few highlights on grading and attendance in a hybrid model is that when students do not show up for their remote lessons, so those would be their live lessons without approved excusal, it'll be noted in Skyward. And just as we do when we have in-person instruction, we would make a referral to a social worker via the secretary to check in on our students and help them to get caught back up. In a hybrid learning environment, attendance for live lessons would count as a participation grade. And so as our task force members were looking at this, they determined our grade books really need to be set up in a way that will support a participation grade for both a live lesson and then also for the remote learning log when on the remote days that students and families would need to complete or fill out. Student supports for special education, English language learners, intervention lessons through our reading specialists, any social worker or counselor groups for social emotional lessons would continue. And again, they would be noted on the Derby Schools learning log and WebKids for each lesson. For secondary Our attendance taking procedures are the same in a hybrid model. One thing that may be different for secondary students is that they may be required to do additional in-person attendance if they do not regularly attend live classes or if they fail to turn in their work in a timely manner. So again, just making sure that we ensure our students remain engaged in learning in our hybrid model. Grades will be taken for all assignments, including a once a week Derby remote learning log that would be turned in, signed by electronically via DocuSign by a parent and a student for approval. In a hybrid learning model, our teachers would still participate in collaboration and teaming via team meetings on Zoom, and that's whether they are elementary grade level team, a PLC team, a middle school department team, or department meetings at the high school level. We would allow for teacher assignments that require using paper should it be needed. And those items we would ask be ready on Thursday of each week for family pickup at each site in between the hours of 11 and 3. And then just as we did in the past last year, our staff members at the beginning of the year would get together and create their daily schedules based upon the minute criteria that you see within the packet. Again, those KSDE learning logs are really important. We do have virtual learning that occurs already for secondary through a program called Fuel Ed, but again, it's not necessarily a Derby teacher and Derby curriculum, and that is quite powerful. And so we have this requirement here that we have our learning logs completed, and we'll follow our process for both having it count as an assignment and doing it weekly with student and parent signature and checking in on those to make sure that that documentation occurs. We also will ask parents to sign off that if we are not completing those in a timely manner, we may be required to switch to a different learning mode when one is available. For our remote and live lessons, you'll see the minutes in the chart below. We're asking that no more than half of that recommended time be used for a face-to-face live lesson. You'll see in the KSDE guidance that it also talks about teachers checking in either live lesson or through teleconference with our students. We also ask that teachers set expectations for students as to what they need to see when they are in remote live lessons. We've included some of the research that we found on asynchronous instructional video usage to ensure that videos are available to students if they miss a live lesson, where you can record yourself teaching, play those back during a live lesson, pause and unpause those, and include some interactive activities for students and questions along the way. We have our student projects, which we have talked about, using our KSDE STEAM and humanities groupings of standards to let students apply what they've learned with a peer. We would monitor our students' workload to make sure that the work that was done equaled the time and learning of a typical school day, including homework. If for some reason we had to provide lunches within our classrooms, we would work with our teachers if they were asked to supervise to ensure that they had their lunchtime covered earlier that same day. Our specials in a hybrid model would continue to be offered through their regular rotation. It's just some of those would occur while the students are there within the building. And then others would occur while the student is at home. And so we would partner with our schools to look at the schedules and make sure those happen in a balanced way. And then to also continue to provide choice boards, activity logs, Flipgrid, and other activities to help our students complete some of those special activities at home. We have already talked some about CASHA and sports and activities, but we included a live link there in case people had additional questions. And our special education, ELL, and intervention support services would continue based upon the student's individual plan. So here's just a quick look at our schedule, and you can see we were pretty detailed and spelled those out by the minute, making sure that we have plan time, we have lunch, we have the instructional minutes for math, reading, science, social studies, as well as intervention or acceleration support for our students, and as social emotional time each day. Here's what that looks like for specialists, interventionists, and instructional coaches. And then we've included that same information for our special education educators, as well as our social workers, registrars, and counselors. Here's the middle school version of those hybrid schedule minutes. And then here are our high school version of those minutes. The next part of our guide focuses on remote online only instruction, staff expectations, and really goes through and details the remainder of the information describing remote instruction as occurring due to limitations with health guidance, or if a family elects to not send their students back due to family concerns or preferences. We indicate a little difference in between a teacher who is temporarily teaching remotely online versus a teacher who teaches everything online. Because if I am teaching just temporarily because I've transitioned to hybrid, or I'm temporarily teaching in a remote environment, I still have seen my kids for those longer lessons in person. And so what we've done here is indicated that the full remote teacher may have some longer instructional blocks than someone who's temporarily teaching in a remote environment to accommodate for, or to balance out those longer in-person sessions. In addition to that, our remote online learning teachers will include the team projects as well as learning lab kits. One of our work groups, led by a couple of teachers, and an administrator, did an amazing job of polling and surveying our staff members and asking them, if you had to teach in a remote environment for a semester, what would be some of the things that would be essential for students to have to complete labs, to complete different assignments? And so we have taken that list and are using them to compile learning lab kits for our students should we have to teach in a remote environment, or for those who choose to. Just a little information here on responsibility for remote online teachers. Again, they are still part of a team. They are still part of teacher training and collaboration, and are expected to participate fully in all of those activities, but just using Zoom or some other remote manner. Attendance, grades, and feedback will be taken daily. Attendance will, and grades will continue to be maintained. We'll be using those logs to track, moving towards our required 1,116 hours. Again, live online lessons will count for participation grade, and the weekly Derby Learning remote log will be taken each week for students. We've included a remote instructional schedule. If in a remote only environment, we've also included that 2/3 of those minutes would be online live interactive learning. So again, that's an example. If it's a 30-minute lesson, 20 of those 20 minutes would be in a live format. We've also included the components in a teacher's daily schedule for elementary, middle, and high school. And then in a remote online only instructional model, we did include some wording here. Again, we're kind of waiting to see how our health guidance works out, but to include it, we do have drop-in that we would make available as we needed to based upon group size and the needs of our students. The next section talks about educator preparedness expectations. And so we're just going to spell out that we expect folks to teach our students about safety practices and preventative measures, that we will create and share updated schedules to help make it so that we can smoothly transition from one model to another. If you think of the potential for spread or for the need to shut down, we really want to minimize that as much as possible to not have disruptions in instruction to the greatest of our abilities. So doing some of those proactive things could help us out significantly. We would ask our teachers to maintain those online classrooms in Canvas and in Google so that they are ready to go. And then we've provided some expectations that our work groups came up with for either of those online sites. We've included information for requesting and preparing for a substitute. As part of substitute training, we would offer our typical substitute orientation and training session. And then we also have a secondary one that speaks just to teaching in a remote or online learning environment. Understanding that not everyone may be comfortable with that, but we want to make sure that we prepare as many of our substitutes as possible. And then we've described our additional online learning supports. Again, Derby's a very fortunate district in that we have one-to-one devices. Most of our curricular series have online components that students can work on in a remote environment. And so we would be looking to supplement and add and expand and strengthen those with hands-on learning kits, Wi-Fi hotspots for families who qualify. Here is a look at what our student schedules, our three-part schedules would look like, again, to minimize our disruption to instruction. That includes an in-person schedule. So here's what my daily schedule would look like. My start time and end time on Monday, also Tuesday through Friday, and transportation information. In a hybrid environment, it would tell me my 2 days that I might attend. And we have a couple of prepared hybrid schedules along with some other background information that we can use to implement those as we receive additional health guidance. But we would indicate that the student, for example, would come on Monday and Tuesday. And so we've got their start and end time. And then we've also got Wednesday through Friday, their remote instruction live lesson time. And then additional drop-in times for our special educators who might need to do small groups, or our ELL teachers or interventionists. And then the third schedule, so you've got in-person, hybrid, and then remote, online only, would indicate when they're having their class meeting and then all of their other online lesson times. Here is the three-part schedule for middle school. Again, there's your in-person, and then your remote, and then additional intervention times. And then there's your remote only schedule. And then here's our hybrid schedule for high school. So we've got in person, the days that they would be in person for hybrid, their remote lesson information, as well as additional activities and drop-in. And then in the bottom, we would fill in their remote only schedule should we actually have to use that. We would send these home with students on cardstock at elementary with the schedule on the front, their password cheat sheet on the back, and then upload these into parent access within Skyward so that should my dog eat my schedule or any of those other things that happen to occur, families are still able to go in and access the information. We have an outline of parent training. We had an amazing and dynamic work group. All of them were, but one that was very passionate about ensuring that parents had the supporting information that they needed. We had planned to begin parent sessions that included an overview of our different models and how we were supporting them as we had the need to transition. August 3rd, we may be pushing those back to the week of August 31st, just based upon that delayed start date. So we'll keep an eye out for more information to come, and we'll be providing families with a link where they can sign up to learn additional information. Those parent trainings, again, include an overview, as well as things like where can I locate my students' information in Google Classroom, or how can I sign up to be an observer, a parent observer in Canvas, as well as additional sessions for our different series. Like one parent recommended Wonders. How do I help my student navigate all the things that are within Wonders, or Ready Math, or some of the Pearson science lessons or math textbooks and activities. that are more interactive. And so we would provide them with some of that information so that they're able to help partner with us and support our learners. In addition to that, we would provide our teachers with training. Again, we provide a variety of trainings that include an overview as well as self-paced training options and differentiated professional developed support that were based upon task force recommendations that include everything from repeating Zoom 101 and Google Classroom 101, all the way up to like advanced sessions like Zoom 106, how to use breakout rooms and implement interactive activities effectively. So we have a starting outline for both of those things to get us started there. And then we'll continue to support our parents and our educators as we work throughout the academic year. So that is our instructional guide for returning to learn. All right, so then I believe that with that, our next piece is to talk a little bit about some of those safety pieces that we plan to put into place to support our learners and ensure that they are present and learning with us to the greatest degree possible.
So I'll go ahead and let's see, I don't know if I see Matt on here or not.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, maybe I'll go ahead and talk about the in-classroom cleaning. So from the operations side, we have spent a lot of time working with just district leadership as well as guidance from CDC and other authorities on how to keep, classrooms disinfected. We've also reached out to some of our suppliers and experts in the industry to find what the best product is for this. When you start talking about disinfectants, there's a lot of factors that go into that. And a lot of the, like I'll say medical grade disinfectants, they have to sit on a surface for, 5 to 8 minutes before they're effective. And so we spent time finding one that has a very short dwell time. And so what we are proposing is that we will provide a spray bottle in every room of a disinfectant that has a 1 minute dwell time. So it only needs to stay on the surface for 1 minute before it's disinfected. So between groups of students, especially like middle school and high school, as children change classrooms, as they exit, the teacher would spray the desktops. And then as the students came into the room, if they weren't dry, we would provide them a paper towel to then wipe that work surface down. The custodial cleaning throughout the buildings is we would every day, I'll kind of break these down into the in-person and the hybrid instructional models. There's a lot of similarities, so I'll point out the differences between the two. But in both of those models, daily classrooms would get disinfecting of all the doorknobs, water, light switches, handrails, all high touch surfaces in the classroom and in the buildings. Additionally, all of the water fountains throughout the building would be turned off. In most of our schools, we have water bottle fillers. In the facilities where we do not, and in buildings where we only have a few, we're going to be providing water bottle fillers in all school buildings at the drinking fountains. We actually already have those on order and set to be installed. So that way children could refill water bottles, but the bubbler, or where you would normally put your mouth on the water fountain, would be turned off. And all the water bottle fillers are hands-free, so there's no touching required to refill your water bottle. Additionally, we have 360, it's called a Clorox 360 disinfector machines. We've been assured, we ordered them months ago, and we've been assured, and we actually have delivery dates now for those devices in every building in the district. And what these do is it sprays an electrostatically charged mist that You can spray it on the top of the desk, and because the particles are electrostatically charged, they actually go underneath the desk and underneath the arms of your chair to disinfect 360 degrees all the way around a desk or a seat. So we will be using those on a rotating basis throughout each building as well. During the day, there will be periodic disinfecting of the restrooms. As you can imagine, with more hand washing, soaps and paper towel use will be monitored to make sure there's always soap and paper towels in the restrooms. Trash will be emptied frequently. So restrooms will get disinfected throughout the day, throughout the classroom or the school day. If we have to go to a remote online learning or an episodic outbreak, that would give us a chance then to deeply clean all of the buildings while there were no students in them, and that's what would happen in that event. Let's see, the restrooms. As far as athletic areas, they will all be cleaned and disinfected on a daily basis, and the electrostatic sprayer will be used in those areas on a daily basis as well. Playgrounds, throughout the day, or at least on a daily basis, staff would spray disinfectant on key touch points. You know, as you can imagine, you really can't disinfect the entire playground, but there's places where every child will put his hand to climb the ladder or to get on the slide. Those kind of contact points would be disinfected on a regular basis. I think that covers off what we're looking at from an operations standpoint. Just so you know, I mean, on a normal day, classrooms are not, like in a normal school year prior to COVID, classrooms were not disinfected on a daily basis. Only if we had a high rate of illness in a class or in a wing of a building would we do that. So this is dramatically increasing the disinfecting of every classroom, with all those high touch surfaces being cleaned daily.
All right.
Thank you, Burke. I appreciate that. Burke's our Director of Operations. I think as Holly was getting ready to say, we also have Matt Liston, I think is going to take us on the next portion, talking a little bit about personal protective equipment and safety related items.
Good evening, Matt Liston, Safety and Security. And we've been working to get some things that we either will need or possibly need. And one of those things are, excuse me, we're going to provide 2 cloth masks for all staff throughout the district. 2 different styles that we're going to use. One will have like a building logo on it. The other will have a district logo on it. And we're going to provide those for the entire staff. We'll encourage students to provide their own mask, but we also have some disposable, the 3-ply blue ones you see a lot of people wearing. We do have a supply of those that we will provide if they're needed as well. We're also going to be getting some face shields. We'll have some gowns and gloves as well that we'll have on hand. We're using CARE money for this. A lot of it has been also donated through Sedgwick County Emergency Management. We've been getting a lot of that from them. We are getting some KN95 masks as well for those situations where maybe nurses and things like that may have a more constant exposure, along with the gowns and gloves as well. And I know Burke already mentioned the water fountains and turning those off. And in order for kids to be able to have water, especially if it's hot at the beginning of the year, we are going to go ahead and get and provide all the students and staff water bottles. So they'll have their own water bottles, and they'll have an opportunity to put their name on it so they can keep track of that and be able to get water throughout the day at those bottle fillers as well. The other thing is we've purchased is our sneeze guards. We will use a lot of those at enrollment if we do in-person enrollment, and then they'll be distributed throughout the schools as well for the secretaries in the office to have those sneeze guards as well. We will also have social distancing signs. We're going to get the signs that will go on the floor with 6 feet apart. And we'll designate where those will go in the office or in the vestibule where parents maybe have to wait. Again, limiting the number of visitors that we have come into the school. So if people need to come into the front part of the building to either check out students or whatever that might be, we can provide that signage. We've also provided signs in the restrooms reminding kids to wash hands a lot. If and when masks are required in buildings, we'll have signs out front for that. Sedgwick County has provided us with a lot of informational signs that we have either already posted on the front doors of district buildings or in break rooms and things like that on information to help keep people healthy. And we'll have that up as well. And then schools will have the opportunity to either reprint or get more of that signage if they need it. So trying to get as much stuff as we can on the PPE side ahead of the game in case we do need this stuff down the road.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Liston. I know, again, there's lots of questions regarding safety security. We wanted to give you a high level overview tonight of it. We will be following up at a future board meeting, specifically once we go through everything and how things come out from these executive orders regarding whether it's temperature checks, mask. I know there's some questions even specifically of how will lunch look at different buildings. We will be able to provide more specifics of information as we get closer to the start of the school year. With that being said, I think we have Katie Carlson, some information talking about the school year regarding enrollment dates and other information.
Great. Like she said, I'm Katie Carlson and I'm our Director of Communications. As been mentioned tonight, approval of this plan is important tonight for a variety of reasons, but I wanted to touch on just a couple on the impact that this plan will have on the enrollment process. So during enrollment, we intend to ask families their learning model preference. We are working on a little video to accompany once the plan is approved, just explaining further the learning models and that final return to learn plan. But because we want to ensure that our families know what they are enrolling in, we did delay our enrollment dates and times slightly. I know that we sent out an update on that last week. If you're looking for those dates and times, it is on our website, derbyschools.com/enrollment. But you will notice that we only shifted those dates slightly. And it's really important to us to get our families enrolled as soon as possible for a few reasons. One big one for me is communication. The only way we can directly communicate with our families is once they are enrolled in our system. So if they're not enrolled, I can't mass notify them, I can't call them, I can't email them. So we're relying on families that may be new to the district or may be coming in to follow us on social media or check the website daily as we have updates. So that's one reason we'd really like to see our families get enrolled as soon as possible. Another very big reason is for accurate planning on the curriculum side of things for classroom size and needs, teacher placements, things like that. One big example of this is at Derby High School. They are trying to schedule and accommodate over 2,000 students. And until they know what the school year and learning models look like, they can only do so much to accommodate that scheduling. So those are just a few reasons that we'd really like to move ahead with the plan in relation to enrollment. I know as a parent, I can say that there are so many unknowns and questions still out there, but moving ahead with enrollment provides both the district a step ahead in planning, but it's also the first step in beginning to find just a little bit of clarity for both our families and our staff and having just a little bit of knowledge on what the school year may look like. We obviously don't have the calendar or all those dates worked out yet, but this will give them one answer and one starting point on what the school year may bring for us.
Okay, Katie, thank you for summarizing enrollment. So again, on the 22nd, online enrollment will open. And then for returning families and pre-enrolled students, we will have on Thursday, the 23rd and Friday, the 24th, elementary enrollment, and that will be followed by middle school and high school enrollment on the 27th and 28th, all available on our website, as well as some of the information about the safety and curriculum measures that we are putting in place for our 2 plans, which include starting in person or selecting to begin the school year in remote. We appreciate, we had lots of conversation about our hybrid models because we've done in person, and we also did remote instruction during 4th quarter, although it will be much more rigorous going forward in the fall. However, our 2 models that we are starting with is in person and online, and we'll be shifting to hybrid based upon local health guidance for group size, cleaning, and other needs. So with that, I will turn it back over to Ms. Bohati.
Okay. Thank you very much for that information from all of our directors there. A few just follow-up items, and then we will take questions from board members that you may have. It was mentioned about the calendar. We are planning to reconvene the calendar committee if the board does approve moving the start date of school. We will work to get information out to families as quick as possible after that any revisions to a calendar would be board approved. Right now, tentatively, based on knowing that there may be a state board of education meeting on that Wednesday, our plan right now would be in August to bring back a proposed calendar with the information that we have so we can get out to families from there. We will keep posting. No families and people tuning in. Thank you for the great turnout, those of you that are watching. I saw at one point we had nearly 400 people, well over 390 people joining tonight. So we appreciate you guys taking the time and interest. We know this is very important. Lots of questions, everything from what do we do with a back to school night to other things. We will work to get your questions answered regarding it. And again, on August 3rd, the next Board of Education meeting, we would request, feel free to tune in. That is when, at the point, we will be hitting more of the logistics as we talked about with lunch and mask and temperature checks and those types of things based on information we know. With that, at this point, we will take questions, if that's okay with the board president, questions that other board members may have.
Yeah, thanks for that. That was quite an in-depth presentation, so I'm sure there's going to be a few questions to follow. So with that, I'll open up to it. Does anyone have any questions or comments? I see Pamela. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have just a few questions. How many students are we putting in a class, both face-to-face and in online?
So in an online environment, we would look to have a typical class size of average class size for most of them, 20 or higher, up to 25, 27. In an in-person environment, we would also be looking to maintain as close as possible to our regular class size with the appropriate distancing and disinfecting.
And is that 20 to 27 as well? Is that a regular class size?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're talking about live sessions for the remote learning, does that mean Zoom?
Yes, so that would mean Zoom. We also had some groups that used the Google Hangout as part of their Google Classroom setup.
Okay.
Or the Zoom link that we have that is actually embedded within our Canvas classrooms as of last spring.
But it is something synchronous where the students are sitting in front of the teacher for that period of time, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then one last question, was there any discussion about rotating teachers, especially at the elementary level, as opposed to rotating the students?
So rotating teachers, meaning like if I have my classroom teacher and then I am moving over because either we departmentalize, so there's a team of 3 of us and one teaches math, science.
Correct.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. So there would be some of that going on if we had departmentalization, or for some of our specialists, if we determined based upon guidelines that we needed to move teachers instead of students.
Okay. And then I just want to say, I really appreciate all of the consideration and thought that went into this, the planning, the representation of all stakeholders, in making this plan. I think it's very thorough and you've done a good job of looking at all the different options and trying to come up with something that's going to suit most people, hopefully.
Thank you very much. A great group of educators and parents and students who really helped us plan and think of all kinds of great things that we could do to make it as strong as a program as possible.
Okay.
Thanks.
Tina?
Okay. I know you said that enrollment starts on the 22nd, which is Wednesday. With the state board not making a decision until Wednesday, do we feel like that's sufficient time for parents to make a choice or to have an educated option?
We believe that that is enough time for parents to look at the two options that we're beginning with, which would be remote or in person, and to have additional information to make informed decision based upon that. Of course, if something that the State Board of Education decided contradicted something that we had in either of those options or plans, we would go back and adjust accordingly. But based upon the draft of the state document that has been put forward, our learning models fit within their guidance. Keep in mind that that state plan is general enough to meet most of the models that are out there.
The other piece, Ms. Prunier, is just because enrollment does open on that particular day, if people still want to learn and ask questions, because we do know there's going to be a lot of questions. We have several building principals that are on here tonight, and so they need to have conversations and maybe talk through some things with their building. They can feel free to give them a call, or we have a generic email if they just have some general questions or wanting to get answered, information at usd260.com. That again is information at usd260.com. They can ask that. So just because it opens up tomorrow does not mean that they have to get online and enroll tomorrow. We do have the window. I would have them check our website at www.derbyschools.com for that window of when we're asking people to enroll. Planning for our staff and our staff knowing whether they're going to be moving to potentially remote, having on class, kind of back to Ms. Doyle's question, how many people are going to be doing what is hinging upon getting people enrolled and finding out those numbers, whether it's August or whether it's that September date. So hopefully that helps answer that question. I also think it's important, this survey that went out, we had, and to gather information was to certified staff. And that's the first group trying to find out where they're at. There's going to be other information for our classified staff, I think is very important. It takes everyone. This is a team effort. And we know that we have a follow-up information, because I know we may have some individuals from our classified group that are out there watching tonight. And they have a lot of questions. What does it mean if we're delayed in our work? We will be getting information out as quick as possible once we know what all this means, but we will have follow-up questions for our classified group too.
Okay, so when they go to enrollment, we're asking parents to choose either with an in-person or an online. So how long are they locked in for that? Are we reevaluating that every 9 weeks? And then we're resurveying them and then they choose a different model? How is that going to work?
So we have asked as part of the enrollment process that families commit to the first 9 weeks. And then we would start surveying families around weeks 7 and 8 to determine who might like to switch back from either a remote environment to in-person or from in-person to remote.
Okay, so they are locked in for that 9 weeks. Sorry, I have a whole list of questions that I wrote down as we were going through this. And I appreciate everybody that worked on this, because I know there were a lot of people that gave up time that they didn't have to give up. They gave up their days. They gave up probably a lot of sleepless nights trying to figure this out. So I truly do appreciate that. Going forward though, how are we looking at this? I know we're looking at it from a student perspective, but as far as staff, what kind of considerations have we made for staff who are going to be at risk? I mean, are we are we giving them any leeway in deciding how they want to approach this school year? Or
So I would start off by saying that that is part of the reason that we put that staff survey out there, because we knew you'd have some families who were already wanting to return only in a remote environment. Or we also have instances of students who themselves are at risk, and that we would have some staff members who've met the at-risk criteria that has been given to us. And so we've surveyed them to determine what their preference is, if they have risk factors, and then to use, again, that in enrollment information to match up our staff preference as much as possible with the student needs that have been given to us by families, both in that initial survey and as part of enrollment. In addition to that, I'm going to let Becky talk for a little bit about how she's been supporting staff when they've indicated that they themselves or a family member who they live with or support have risk factors that make them more vulnerable to contracting illness.
Okay, yes, I will speak to that quickly. Becky Mader, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, and thank you for that question, Ms. Prunier. We are already in the process of meeting with staff members who have responded to that survey and a number of other staff members, including classified staff who've yet to be surveyed. We do, as Ms. Bohati mentioned, have plans to survey them as well, but I have already been having meetings and conversations with a variety of staff in a variety of positions where we're working together to get further information about their conditions and how it may be impacted by our COVID pandemic. So we're working on accommodations and supports, which could include different modes of teaching. It could include PPE, all of those sorts of things. It's very individualized for our staff members. And the goal is really to work with each one of them to make sure that they're safe in their work assignment, and that we are doing everything we can to protect them and their families, as well as all of our students. So it's really a comprehensive effort, but we've already begun those conversations and we'll continue to do that. The staff members that I've met with so far, I've let them know, since we don't know all of the plans and all of the logistics yet, that these are ongoing conversations as well. And if there's anything that they are needing as we go, we'll be working with our building principals and with our supervisors of all of our departments to make sure that everybody has what they need. Right now, they're preliminary kinds of conversations to make sure that we have things on hand ready for any staff member who needs those.
okay, I think I'm good.
Okay, and I'm gonna follow on to Tina's question on enrollment real quick while we're on that. I understand we are not going to get into the safety discussion, I guess, as far as our district plan for an approval anyways until the 3rd of August. My only concern, I guess, as I've been getting my text lighting up as I'm sitting here in emails, is that I do think some parents are just going to want to know on either way before they enroll. So we could see enrollment lag a bit until we have made clear, pending a state, overrule what is our current district plan, because there's ones that parents are going to want mask, whatever else in place for them kids to feel safe and comfortable, and then the parents on the other hand that don't want their kid to wear a mask for 7 hours a day. So I do think it's just something we need to keep in mind, that we could see a lag in enrollment until we get that public, at least our stance public on where we stand as a district. But yeah.
And understandable. With that is where we wanted Mr. Jones to touch base. If we go back to the survey, one of the biggest pieces that they had was what is the cleaning plan, and making sure they know we have a comprehensive cleaning plan in place. We also have seen over the last few months, anymore right now, I call it in COVID time, we see changes happening quite frequently, and working to stay up with what's the local guidance we're getting from the health department and others. So even on August 3rd, if we start on September, we will be constantly, I think, revisiting this piece of it and reporting out at board meetings, and then making sure that if there are changes, we have approval accordingly. So I think that's important that parents know. with it. But yes, we will have more information on August 3rd once we have more guidance and knowing where these executive orders fall out.
Okay, thank you. Mark?
Yep. So I'm going to apologize because I don't mean to be super direct on some of this, but it's going to be a very dynamic time and we don't have much time. So our dynamic, there's a lot of things going to happen real quick. First, parent training. Kathy, I'm going to take my glasses off because I can't look at the computer with my glasses on. Then I have to read notes. So parent training, I think that's fantastic. Even for myself, but I know I've talked to many people that just don't feel prepared. Obviously, teachers say the same, but parent training, very big deal. I think that's going to add a lot of success. You said the best practices that were happening with remote learning. Is the country or Kansas, have we reacted? Is there enough data? Are there best practices already being put out there for us to really grab and implement?
Yep, so there are schools that have been offering virtual or only online instruction for quite some time. And so there have been data and educational reports collected for those schools and actually triangulated and rated based upon program and state. And so we went back and looked at some of that data as well as effect size recommendations that came from both John Hattie and Marzano based upon some of the different online techniques that folks are using.
I wonder if we couldn't have a place just for that, like collective lessons learned or benchmarking, and it's just our district, it's our parents, our teachers, students. It'd be quite a task to supervise that, but it'd probably be more on Katie's kind of thing with the communications, but some kind of website or something for us to do that. Substitutes, this is probably, is Mr. Hamlin still on? I've already had 3 or 4 people that I know that have said they don't know how to be a substitute, but it seems like now would be a good time. I think really that the resources we're going to have with teaching, if we try to keep up with all this for a lengthy time, we're going to need more teachers. They're going to be sick. There's going to be buildings closed. There's going to be things happening. So if there was something put out about, hey, if you're interested in being a substitute locally, I think that'd be a great time to start trying to recruit if that's possible. Just a suggestion. Teacher accountability. 90% of them are probably fantastic and awesome. A few of them aren't, even person to person. Now, this is going to be more challenging and maybe more difficult to have oversight. I think that this needs to be a lot more scrutinized for a while, because this is a tough position to be in. I do not take the credit away from teachers, but the ones that aren't good, that don't want to try, we need to stop that. We can't let that happen. Split plan for closing. Let's see. I looked at the high school this last year, the 4th quarter, and there was a lot of things that affected seniors that don't affect any other grades. I think seniors are more prepared, or even high school level, more prepared for certain parts of what we're going to ask them to do while we go through this COVID phase. So I'd like to consider a plan where we close certain schools, but not other schools. We don't close it in district, or maybe elementary schools closed, but not high school, because in my opinion, the high school is probably the most difficult challenge for the curriculum, but it's also probably the most prepared to take care of PPE and or adjustments of schedules and transportation logistics. So my suggestion is look at a plan soon and talk to parents about, hey, if we start to have a certain escalation of the virus in a particular school, yes, that shuts down. But if we experience it only in as a district, maybe, you know, elementaries go first, then middle school, then high school. Just again, sort of it's a split plan for closing schools or closing classes. It's going to happen. Like I said, I work in a place that has a lot of people that are in close proximity, 3 shifts, 24 hours, all year long. We haven't stopped, and we've dealt with this. In fact, I'll invite maybe Matt Liston, because there's some things that you probably, if you haven't been somewhere, you probably have, but if you haven't, great place to go look at what we've done when, you know, HIPAA information, when somebody's has a temperature over 100, how we handled that, those kind of things. If we don't go remote quickly, remote school only, I suggest we do a remote week for everybody. It's a drill, because if it happens in December, then we need to know that it's going to work. So staggered lunch, we have all our break rooms, and we have a 6-block campus, so lots of break rooms, but we have every other seat with a bag over it taped. That's social distancing. And then board approval, real quick, and maybe it's the next meeting, but again, these things happen really quickly. They're going to happen. And I'd like to know, one, what part of this requires board approval, special meetings, how will we, when we close schools, is that going to be a board decision or a staff decision? I'd like to know kind of how much, I think the public wants to know, what will we get together on, and what other things will be made quickly at the school or the district staff level. And that's all I have.
Sure. I can touch on with some of the information there. And we also have Nikki Seeley, our Director of Special Services, if she can speak a little bit too, because the question, I think first, and again, we'll get into a lot more logistics, but I think it's a very fair question with what you're asking about how will we handle, and a lot of parents are on and staff wondering what will happen if a kid shows up and they do test positive, or a staff member, and what that means. Is that a board decision to make those? And we have to call a board meeting, or how will that be handled? So Nikki, would you mind talking about that a little bit? And I know we have a clear answer for that one to get that answered tonight.
Yeah, sure. Nikki Seeley, Director of Special Services. So we have been working hand in hand with the Sedgwick County Health Department, and their guidance right now is anytime we have a student or staff member test positive, we are to call them with all of the information, and then they're the ones that make that determination. Whether or not it's a classroom that gets shut down, a couple classrooms, a wing, or a school altogether will ultimately be up to them at that point in time. If it's a district-wide thing, I don't think that is something that they would do district-wide, but theirs would be more building or classroom specific.
Thank you for providing that information that the board, when you ask, what would the board approve? Keeping in mind the role of the board is about with policies and procedures and having approval, any handbook changes. We look at approval for memorandum of understanding that Mr. Addis talked about earlier. So things would be is we're asking for approval for this learning plan. There are different, if you want to say procedures, as Dr. Putnam Jackson talked about, even with the visitor piece of it, not having that as many people in, what the plan is that we're offering 2 models. So this is a change for this year with school. When you look at starting out, it is not just in person and having everyone here. We're saying from what we've heard from families, there are families due to circumstances not ready to come back, or they don't feel it's safe to send their child back. So we are asking the board for approval to explore and be able to offer the remote learning with the understanding that the state has set out certain criteria.
criteria. The state set that criteria, so if we are to count students as a student attending Derby Public Schools, that we need those things that Dr. Putnam went over. So that is one item that the board would need to approve. It's a big approval, but the one that we need to move forward and work for enrollment, work to get staff sizes, staff class sizes, staff assignments. So that's a critical piece. The other one would be is the memorandum of understanding that we talked about. Again, what that memorandum would be is right now we have a master contract. And with that, it outlines various things. I know there's been questions that we've heard is, will the school day be the same amount of time? How will evaluations was even brought up? How will that be worked? Those are all things that we would work to have an agreement. Again, we are very fortunate in Derby. You use the term hand in hand. We're really not hand in hand right now because we're trying to keep our distance, with that. But it is about working together, and we are working very closely, and we appreciate the leadership of the DNEA. They have asked tough questions. So teachers out there need to know they're asking the questions so we can get that answered, and that's how it should be. But we're problem solving together, and that's what we need to do as a team. So that MOU would come to the board for approval. It will also go to staff for approval. People need to know with those operating procedures and what we're looking at and having agreement. So you'll know where the staff stands on that too. All of those, and again, that will be another detailed presentation, but when we talk about what that's going to look like for those people that are coming to school, and we talk about the piece, mask is a big topic, but others of the PPE and expectations, temperature check, all of those procedural things we would also, because again, we talk about policies and procedures a board would approve. So those would come to you. Of course, there would always be the clause if something supersedes, meaning we talk about Sedgwick County Commission, or if there's a mandate that is put into place that you have to follow, that would supersede, and we would follow any mandate that we have that has to be done as a school district. But if there's choice that is involved and there's leeway regarding that, those would be things that the board approves. So I hope that clarifies your question. Does that help get those items answered for you? And then I'll turn it back over to the board president.
Mark, you good?
Yep, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. Robin, then Matthew.
Right. I want to go back to the plan and just highlight just a few things, because I was involved in the actual plan when we went online last spring. And the things that really stood out to me, the attendance and grading issue, I think that it's really an important issue that we're taking attendance and we are giving grades and having that accountability. One of the questions that I had about that were those learning logs, and just trying to clarify for myself, I guess, and maybe for anybody else who has this question. I read that it said failure to turn in their learning logs will result in a change of instructional model. And so can you just explain that a little bit more? And is that for the teacher? Is that for the students? I'm just trying to understand that.
Yep, so those learning logs are for our students. And that's one of the KSDE requirements, is that we document on learning logs how we are engaging in remote instruction, so that we receive both the physical piece and the responsibility for student learning for the 1,116 hours. We have a log that is created. They have actually both a Word and Excel template with some drop-down options. The idea would be is that the family would complete the learning log in whichever they are comfortable with, either of those two, and return it through DocuSign. KSDE has given us some guidance that an electronic submission, because again, we may need to limit our interaction with paper and other things that we're exchanging between people, can be done through the DocuSign, which would populate a Google file folder that teachers would be able to access to record the attendance, which they would do through a live lesson, but also through that log for their grade. and that our state auditors would be able to access when they come in the spring to ensure that we receive the appropriate funding for each of our students. Does that clarify enough? Did you have an additional question related to that?
Mainly that's a parent responsibility, parent-student responsibility for the learning log.
Absolutely. And so if we are in a hybrid or in-person model and those learning logs are not being turned in, and then also if our assignments are not being turned in, so say I'm attending live lessons, but I'm not completing my work or my assignments, then we would be looking and counseling and working with that family to get them to shift to an in-person, whether it was full in-person or if we were in a hybrid mode, into hybrid mode to make sure that we are supporting the student and family adequately, as well as providing the structure and engagement that they might need.
Okay, thank you. A couple other things I really liked was that if the student's not showing up, we would be contacting that social worker to notify the family right away so that we weren't just having students fall through the cracks and not be reached. And I really appreciated that piece of it. Love the drop-in support that you had. So if we were even completely online, that there could be some kind of drop-in support too. So I just wanted to point those things out because I thought those were really good pieces. The preparedness plan is excellent, even down to the secretary script that was written up, you know, so you've really thought about those pieces of it and preparing for all scenarios. So I just appreciate that. And I just want to do a shout out too to the entire task force that worked on this, because I know you gave a lot of hours and put a lot of thought into it. It's very detailed and you did a lot of work with that. There's only one thing that I don't just love, and that was the paper packet on the hybrid model. And the only thing I didn't love about it, I mean, if you have to have a paper packet, but it was only available from 11 to 3. So I'm just going to throw that out there that, you know, that was the only piece that I thought was a little bit limiting and would be difficult for parents on that paper packet model. But other than that, I just want to applaud the work that went into this.
Okay, thank you so much. I've noted your paper packet question and we'll take a look at that.
Matthew?
So let me start by echoing the same thing. I can't believe the amount of work that the staff and teams have put into this, and appreciate all your guys' efforts. One quick question, and I believe I heard it in the first part of the presentation. We're going to have a place where parents can send in a question and get a response personally, but are we going to keep those adding up, like having an FQA somewhere on a website that'll, one person's question is going to answer a whole bunch of other people's questions that they don't even submit it in? I don't remember hearing that, but it doesn't mean you guys didn't state it. And I just want to reiterate, is that one of the plans for questions coming in from parents?
So I can chime in just quickly on that before I'm sure you have other questions, and Dr. Putnam, feel free to contribute as well. But Dr. Putnam and her task force chairs and committee members have been working on frequently asked questions. As we see, I would say, consistency between questions coming in, we will continue to update it similar to how we did the continuous learning questions in the spring. I anticipate that our website becoming more robust over time. It may be smaller with information, but continuing to grow as we have more details worked out. But frequently asked questions is absolutely something that impressive group is already working on and has a draft of many questions. And then to your point, that information at usd260.com that Ms. Bohati referenced earlier, that's a generic email address that anyone can submit questions to. That actually funnels to myself. So any question that I know of right off, I'd be able to answer. And then I would be able to funnel those out to the appropriate individual. And if there's any consistency in questions that we're seeing, could point them to the frequently asked questions and update that accordingly. So yes, long story.
Right. So not only the person asking the question will get a response personally, but then it'll go into a queue for everybody to see as well. That was the main point of the question. So thank you.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Tina?
So a couple follow-ups that I had. that I went back and found as I was going through. Why are we only offering 2 at the outset? I know there was a lot of work put into that hybrid, but that's not going to be an option for parents to choose right away, correct?
Yes, so we are offering the 2 on the outset and not starting off with the hybrid, just as to ensure that we're providing with students and families right off as much instruction as possible. We would, of course, revert to hybrid if we needed to, based upon local guidance. There may be a possibility that over time, once we've done hybrid and remote for a while, that we determine that there might be opportunities if we have a team where, say, and we do have in some of our buildings where at a grade level, we've got one teacher who prefers remote, one who wants all in person, and one who wants hybrid. However, without at the beginning of the year, knowing our student enrollment numbers, we were not really 100% comfortable starting in hybrid, just because without some of that data, we're unable to see some of the staffing and student implications.
So as we progress through the year, would hybrid become something that may be available as we go through, not as a last resort, but as a choice?
It may be. Without a crystal ball, it's hard to tell. So that's where that beginning of the year student data and getting started in remote and in person comes into play. Although if health guidance says that we need to begin in hybrid, we would need to most definitely have the student data and information ready in the background to do that.
Okay. The learning logs. How are you planning? I know you said you had 2 formats you could use for that, but how are you planning to disseminate that information? And I'll get to my concern real quick before you answer, is we're asking parents to be responsible for that, and maybe not so much at an elementary and middle school level, but I know high schools, they're not going to tell me they have that. And if parents aren't aware that that's needing to be done, then we're penalizing, I guess, the kids for not communicating that. So I guess my suggestion would be that we communicate that widely, that this is coming home, this is what's going to happen, that we need to make sure that we're doing it. Otherwise, I don't think it's going to get done.
Dr. Putnam, feel free to add on to that, but Tina, just a quick note to that specific point, because I think you're absolutely right on with that. That is during the enrollment process, they are going to be asked questions or they're going to be asked to select their model, but there's going to be specific facts about each one so they know what they're committing to within that model. And that is one of them that is listed under the remote. Dr. Putnam, I don't know if that covers that or if you have anything you'd want to add to that.
I would just echo Ms. Prenier's concern. And so we put a lot of thought into that, just making sure that we really want to encourage and receive back those logs at a very high response rate. And so with that mandate in place, as Katie said, we designed in Skyward an enrollment piece that has I choose remote or I choose in-person instruction for my student. And then before the parent can select that, they have to agree that they know that there's a learning log. They have to turn it in each week for their student, that it is for a grade as well each week. And then, we've also, that's part of the reason we're working to really streamline that process so that it is online. We'll take them via paper too, but online and automated as much as possible so that we're not relying on people to have to come and turn them in person, and that we're able to see in quick order whether or not they've turned in their weekly log, whether or not they've received a grade for it, and then follow up, and to your point, with that student and that parent, so that we're really proactively communicating when the teachers aren't seeing that log.
Okay, and lastly, I just want to say that as several people have said, accountability for this whole thing is key. When we went online in March, and still to this day, we still are kind of winging it to some degree on this because there's not a lot of guidance out there. But accountability is key, and not only from our teachers, but from us, making sure that things are being done the way that we expect them to be done and want them to be done. You know, and making sure that we're there for our students. For me, accountability is not just making sure that they have their grades in, not making sure that they're in attendance every day, but also that they're okay. You know, I know the social workers, they actually got a lot put on their plate as well, trying to check on kids that weren't attending. So I just want to make sure that we are looking out for not only our staff, but our students, and making sure that we have those fail-safes in place for them to feel supported and not feel like they're out on the edge being forgotten. So, okay, I think I'm done, Justin.
Okay, Andy, I think you had some questions.
Alrighty. Well, again, thanks for everybody's work. I know there's been a lot of effort locally at the state level, and you guys are trying to disseminate everything to us, and we're trying to make a decision based off all that information as well. So lots going on. One of the questions that I had was in the Return to Learn committee, which is our local committee. Can you guys talk about just, I guess, the structure of that committee? I know there was a lot of educators. Were there community members, health professionals on that committee to help kind of formalize recommendations? And again, just talk a little bit about the composition of that committee.
So our Return to Learn committee included our educators, administrators, special education staff, social workers, speech language pathologists, mostly our educators within the community. We did focus groups and surveys in order to engage our parents and our students as part of the Return to Learn task force. And so both at the beginning through survey, through many parents actually were sitting beside their students during their focus groups and providing us with different pieces of information. And then also through full-on joining as our guidance draft became more put together to provide us with additional questions and kind of ask some of those hard critical pieces. Our parents, especially many of them with students at multiple levels, joined in the conversation and provided feedback based upon their student experience, their experience as parents communicating with our educators and our social workers and counselors and special ed teachers and small groups and all of those different components, and describe, you know, how that went for them and their student and what they would recommend and like to see going forward as guidance. We did include Nikki Seeley and had some of a handful, not many, but one or two other of our folks that have some health background in, but we did not engage many health officials. I think part of the thought behind that was that we get a lot of guidance from our health department. And then we also knew that we would have a lot of additional information that was evolving over time and would come as part of the KSDE plan. I will say in retrospect, if we were, you know, going forward, and even as we're working on focus groups going forward, we could certainly look to include additional healthcare providers.
I do think it's important to know, even though they weren't, meaning healthcare providers necessarily on one of those Return to Learn, attending every single one of those meetings, every week we have been involved with having conversations and emails. And you know, Nikki's on the call, lots of emails and follow up with Sedgwick County Health Department on things that resulted from conversations and making sure we have guidance as we move forward. So I think it's very fair to say, I know even superintendents, local Sedgwick County, we've been on the call and appreciate the guidance from healthcare and they're helping provide some expert knowledge on that. And again, conversations with Sedgwick County Health as we move forward. So those have been very instrumental and helpful, is one piece, if you want to say, that is supporting information as we move forward.
Okay, very good. Well, yeah, one of the things that I liked with the state's plan was the health folks involved. Like I mentioned, the task force that they had set up had a lot of good information. I think it was Appendix B or C of their plan. And so in that, they provide a lot of guidance. And I think that's where the state's plan, a lot of their safety protocol came from as well. So I guess, yeah, I would encourage, in addition to the health department, I think they would provide good guidance, but also engaging local medical providers as well, pediatricians. Because actually in that state task force plan, one of the things they talked about is in masks. I mean, the survey information we got had a lot of comments on masks, and that seems to be kind of the big subject. With the survey information we got, there's a lot of other information. But there's a lot of people making decisions based on, what's in place or the guidance that we provide even today. And so one of the things they talk about is having masks not be required. K through 5th would probably be how it is for us, because 6th grade is with 7th and 8th graders at our middle school. So to me, I think if we're going to try to make a decision on this tonight, which I think this whole process has been quick. The plan was just released, and now we're trying to approve it so we can have something in place. And there's still some questions with the state board, what they're going to even have in place, how the county commissioners are going to react, or health officials locally. And so to me, it's tough to make a decision tonight on all of this. And so I guess if we're going to try to make a decision, my recommendation would be that we as a board talk about some of the specific stuff. Do we use the recommendations from the Kansas COVID work group for kids as our health professional guidance, since we don't really have any doctors, pediatricians on our advisory committee locally? And I guess if we follow the health department guidelines, are there specifics and documentation like the COVID work group provided that cites resources for how they back, maybe having masks starting at kindergarten? So those are some of the big questions. I mean, I've got pages of questions. It's already 9 o'clock. I probably won't go through all of them. A lot of them are operational, temperature stuff, how you handle kids with fevers, how you enforce masks, those kind of things that we could probably spend 2 more hours on. So I want to kind of air this out there and see if we can wait, if we could maybe have a board meeting in a couple days or next Monday to give the community a little bit more time to digest everything, allow some of the dust to settle with the state as far as the State Board of Education, if the county's going to do anything differently. And so I'd like to throw that out there to the other board members, and I won't go through my all the rest of my questions at this point. But do we want to try to make a decision on, at least as of today, what we know as a board, the information that we have available to us through the state's plan, our plan, and the local, even the health department? We know that restrictions are in place for the next few weeks at least, and maybe in place through September. But if those go away, in order to provide guidance to parents, especially those who are on the fence, who a lot of the information we've gotten, people may do something differently, whether it's homeschooling or through some other program. They're trying to make decisions. So I'm going to throw that out there to the board and see what thoughts are, I guess, at this point, get a feel.
Tonight I would, and I'll have Mr. Hamlin also speak, but tonight, and again, I'll go back to the beginning, we're not asking to get into the logistics tonight. We did have conversation with 3 pediatricians this past week and are using guidance, and they're very helpful, with that. And we will also be consulting as we work to bring the next plan forward. Tonight, we're requesting so we can get started with enrollment and open it up to families so we can continue to communicate with them. We feel it's really important that we do that, and we're offering the online portion, and then parents knowing that we would do an in-person. That also impacts our staff greatly, our certified staff that's watching. They need to start preparing and getting ready for assignments.
The more we push that off, the more that they are not able to say, are they planning for what at this point? So it is really important when you start looking also how that toggles with the transfer meeting. I also think it's important to know, and that's where I may have Mr. Hamlin talk about how that impacts the high school in the shift to their schedule. And even right now with your approval, the ramifications and how long that's going to take. So I'll turn that over to Mr. Hamlin.
Hey, Heather, just one comment. I guess I'd like to get a feel from the board if they're comfortable approving tonight, or, I mean, we can go on for another few more hours if they do want to approve, because I do have a lot of questions. And then happy to hear from Mr. Hamlin, but I'd like to hear from the board members as to if they have enough information to approve based on what the plans that they've got at this point in time.
I'd just comment that I wrote down, need more time. I think people deserve more time. And I like your suggestion that we have another meeting in a couple of days. I'm willing to meet any night this week and try to continue. There was a lot of information, 4 different documents that were 1,000 pages all this week. And I would definitely support that.
Okay, so it's tough. I understand the need to get information out quickly, and under no one's fault did this come in late, and it's a very large plan. I also understand that I would hate to rush something out quickly if we think something's going to change in a couple of days, like with the states. We know Wednesday we should have some good direction from the state regarding both executive orders, and even maybe the county commission will have a chance to review it at that point as well. So that's the information we would have in a few days. I don't know. I'd be worried about waiting until Monday, but I would be okay waiting later in the week. I don't know how much that's going to affect Mr. Hamlin, and I wouldn't want to make it too negative, obviously, but we also want to make sure. Like I said in the very beginning, my very first question was, I have concerns that if we don't want to spell out our district plan on the safety, if we don't want to approve that now, which doesn't sound like we want to, I'm just worried that a lot of families are just waiting for that information to do the enrollment. And so even though we open enrollment on Wednesday, we might not get people enrolling until they can hear the whole plan. So I don't know how much it's going to tell us as we plan until we get the rest of our plan released. And that's kind of where I stand on that, but I'll let everyone else kind of chime in. I see Matthew and then Robin and Tina.
So I guess I don't understand. All they're asking for is if we'll allow them to give the 2 options, online or in person. And then depending on the guidance that comes down from the state, that could change. But all we're asking for is the parents, what their preference is with the amount of information that they have at this moment in time. That seems pretty cut and dry to me. I don't know why would we be waiting for that. They're not asking for us to approve anything else right now. Heather, correct me if I'm wrong.
That's exactly right at this point, and that's an important step. I think if Mr. President, it's fine to hear from Mr. Hamlin to hear the impacts and really what the high school's needing to do at this point.
Well, Andy wanted to hear from everybody, and I'm just giving my input here. We're literally only asking to allow the district, instead of moving forward with only an in-person plan right now, that we give them the option to do remote learning as well. And then as the chips fall out as they may here the next 3 or 4 days, those things would change. So I don't see the issue with approving just that. Anyway, that's my opinion.
Just a quick response. My understanding is we're approving this plan. And so there's, I don't know how many pages are to it, but if that's the motion, if we want to approve the fact that we're gonna have 2 plans and leave it at that, I think I'd be okay with that. But from my understanding, we're gonna throw this out there as our plan as of the present. And so, it outlines specifics about how, the summary page about masking and temperature checks. Those things are in the plan as is. And so we are providing some guidance as we see it as of today. And so that's my concern, is we're throwing that out there. It's on page 2 or 3. It talks about, how we apply some of those things. And so if we were to say, here is a plan and we take out some of those specifics, I guess I would be okay with that. I think there's a lot of good things in here. But we're also providing initial guidance as to what we think it should be today based on this plan. I mean, if we just say approve and we'll make changes. So I understand we'll make changes. I think it's where we start too. And I think parents will care how we start. I think they're going to understand that we're going to have to follow county and state mandates, and we will gladly do that, and, like we should. But if we have the flexibility to follow the state's plan, that maybe lessens some of the strictness on masks, especially for elementary kids. They even talk about some of the ineffectiveness of it. I think that's helpful for us to provide guidance that says, hey, we're looking that way. Once the mandates are up in August and potentially September, or they may go away on Wednesday, we can then implement the plan that we want to do. So to me, it's not just saying it's two plans. There is information in here about masks and other risk mitigating measures that are in place.
Okay, Robin.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm more in line with Matthew in that I was feeling like we were just kind of going with the two choices, an online or an in school. And just like Katie was saying, you know, it's so important that she's able to communicate with families, and they need to get into Skyward so that she can communicate with families. And I know that just getting that enrollment taken care of is huge. And even if families change their mind, I'm sure there could be a little bit of flexibility as things change as well, you know, as if we approve this plan and let them make that choice now.
Okay. Tina, did you want to go?
Yeah. So I guess that is my question, is the flexibility in it. If we start enrollment and a parent chooses that they want in online learning, but then we have different guidance that comes down from the state, what's the flexibility with that? I mean, are we locking them into 9 weeks of you're either in school or online? Or I guess that's more where I'm going with it. I don't have a problem with the plan. I think the plan was well thought out. My concern is just if we lock them in for that 9 weeks and then we have different guidance come out, are we allowing for change? And I realize, Mr. Hamlin, I see you really wanting to talk there. So, I mean, I realize, especially for the high school, when you have over 2,000 students you're trying to plan for, that it is very difficult. So.
Mr. Kippenberger, may I?
Go ahead, Mr. Hamlin. Yep.
Okay. This is not in any way an easy decision for anyone. The challenge at the high school becomes, and I'll try to make this as easy to understand as possible, but licensure. At the high school, in an elementary, you will often have what's called comprehensive licensure. So you have a teacher that can teach kindergarten through 6th grade and may change several times in a year. At the high school, there's very specific licensure. Actually, this year, we have 70 different licenses that are represented at Derby High School. The challenge that we have, if we go and all of a sudden, through this information that we learn from parents, that there's a huge number of people that want to do an online situation versus the in-person, we need to know if we have the licensure to be able to provide those courses. Some of those could be a career in tech ed that have monies tied to the district that would come back to us. I understand everyone's concerned about making a decision so early. So we could look and see if we got to get kids information in so we know how to communicate with families. My team, we can go back and look if there would be maybe a few more days where we would be able to delay the commitment online or in person. 368 classes will take place the very first day at Derby High School. It takes more than, well, honestly, it takes a full year to build a master schedule. we're already doing things for the 2021-2022 school year. So to completely throw the master schedule up and have to reinvent that within a very short period of time, it is extremely challenging, if not impossible to do. So it really boils down to the sooner we can have an idea of where our resources are going to have to be, that's going to help everybody and produce a much better product. So other specific questions I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, Matthew.
So I think I'd like to make a motion to approve the 2 learning models with the understanding that all the logistics will be brought back for approval later. This is really for staff planning is really what this is. So that's my motion.
Yeah. And
I
Matthew,
guess
I'd
I
agree.
would just comment, I don't know that, sorry, I butted in.
You're
Justin.
good. Go ahead.
I don't know that, I guess the challenge is you're wanting good information as to what people are going to do, what they're going to sign up for. I'm just worried about the quality of the information if they don't have at least an idea of where we're at as a district, as to where we want to be with, you know, with safety protocol, with other things, in addition to, you know, doing stuff remotely or in person. And so the biggest challenge I have is the quality of information we're going to get. And I think it might make sense for us to gather a little bit more information, let the public see this document a little bit more. I don't think it came out till noon or 1 today, to let them digest it and then act on it. Because again, I think there's still going to be a lot of people that are going to wait. And like Tina was talking about with enrollment, I think there'll be people even waiting to do that until we make a decision on at least where we're at as a district. So that's my hesitation. Again, I don't want to diminish the amount of work that's been done, everything that you guys are doing. And I know people are busting their rears to get all this done and trying to get it done quickly. And stuff's coming down quickly from the state. We're trying to get it done to get it out. We were supposed to have, I believe, a board meeting a week later. So I'm not sure how we would have done it had we had the meeting then. So I would question that a little bit, but I just think it's quick. We don't have information from the county, from the state. And I really think it would help parents to make a better decision as to what they want to do this next year if we waited a little bit.
I think just something to consider there, you know, is that a lot of other districts, both public, private schools, they are making decisions. They're putting their learning models and their plans and their enrollment dates out. So I personally fear the longer we wait and aren't communicating directly with our families that should be, you know, in our schools, that we could lose them to others. But just some food for thought, for consideration there as you guys discuss.
Right. And Matthew, I understand like what you're saying. I mean, if it really was just, we just want to say that we're approving an online and an in-person, and that's all we were doing. But I think our goal, it sounds like when I'm listening to everyone talk and the briefings, is the goal for this is to get these approved so we can get enrollment started. And I guess, you know, I spent, you know, almost days reading over 3,500 comments from the parents. The vast majority of those comments were on safety procedures, one way or the other. They were on safety. So, and if you go back and look at most of those, I mean, they're saying, I have to know this before I enroll, I have to know this before. So I guess I just have concerns that if we don't specify that, or at least talk to, like, this is what we want to do, if the state supersedes us, that's fine. If we don't make mention of that, we just blanket approve, we may not get good numbers. We may just get the group that is ready to go, but there is a large portion of those 3,000 plus parents that filled that survey out that are waiting for the rest of our plan, or at least for some direction on that. And that's where I'm concerned. So if we're just rushing it just for enrollment, I don't know if enrollment numbers, if it's going to be necessary what we're looking for. That's kind of where I'm at with that. But Mark, go ahead.
I think a lot of what Kathy had with the very specific academic plan was very good. Tremendous effort, obviously. I echo everything everybody said tonight about that. And so I'm very comfortable with that. It's a remote versus in-person academic plan for the year, but then everything that, Andy's talking about, Justin just reiterated, those are the things that we can answer now, and nobody's fault. We're in this. And so if you want to articulate somebody tonight what we're going to vote on, if it can be just specifically the academic plan and nothing else, and then we can even if we didn't make a decision tonight on the rest of it beyond the academic plan, it's not going to change much between tonight and next Monday. So I still think we could look at part of it tonight if that's possible, if that helps. But if it's like everything that was presented tonight, I think I'm opposed.
Anyone can motion. I believe we have a motion on the floor, but our intent tonight to allow with high school staff and to proceed, being able to take our next step forward, and similar to other districts, be able to put out what we're offering and communicate that first step to families. We're simply asking the piece about that we're offering online and in-person option, and then also to be able to include that enrollment. We would be happy to include enrollment on there. We're asking that they commit for 9 weeks. However, we would be happy to include on there that if there's concerns after the approval from the board comes out about any safety measures, that could be added on to that script to say then they could contact, and we'll put a certain contact on there that then they could make a change at that point. So we would be happy to do it, but it will give us preliminary numbers to be able to start planning at this point, which is a critical portion for that, we feel, as a district leadership team.
Okay.
I also feel like just today at 4 o'clock or whatever, Laura Kelly came on and said that everyone kindergarten through 12th grade was going to be wearing masks. And I think that we heard earlier tonight that that's going to have to come back to our county commissioners to see if that's going to be happening in Sedgwick County. So I think that's going to take longer. I mean, this could drag on for a long time. And I really think for enrollment purposes, we really need to go ahead and vote on just that plan of offering those 2 different plans that are coming out.
If I may I say something, Mr. Kippenberger?
Go ahead.
Okay. Again, kind of what Mrs. Bohati was saying there. If it's more palatable for folks to have an opportunity for a parent once they've made a decision after learning more information to reconsider, I understand that, and we are happy to work with that. If we could get preliminary idea, that's going to help us immensely. So I don't know if that would make things a little bit different for people or not.
And just to piggyback on that, and get people in our system that want to be a part of Derby Public Schools and getting direct communication to them, not relying on them to follow social media or elsewhere. They would hear updates as they become available, as things are approved.
Andy?
So as far as enrollment goes, if somebody enrolled their child like this week and based on changes that we might make or changes from the state or county, wherever it comes from, how much flexibility? I mean, they have to pay fees up front, I would assume. Would they be able to get refunds on those fees, or how does that work? What kind of commitment would they have if they enrolled and then decided to make a change based off guidance from us or other officials in the next month or so?
So I would love John to chime in here on fees, but what I would say while he's getting prepared to click in is you can, even though in years past we encourage people to do enrollment fees as soon as possible, you can complete the enrollment steps without doing the fee portion. In years past, there's always a promise to pay form that is offered, but that does give people a little bit of flexibility to get locked in, to enrollment to get into the system, but not necessarily putting their money in tomorrow or Wednesday, whatever day of the week we're on here.
Yes, that's correct. We try to get all of our fees up front, but then if they do not, to complete the enrollment, they do not have to fill out their payment information at that time. Refund wise, we don't normally give refund after classes start. So with that being delayed, we could look into refunding as schedules change in regards to the specific class fees for individuals.
So just so I make sure I understand. So if somebody enrolled this week and they change their mind in 3 or 4 weeks, could they get a full refund at that point or not?
I believe in our practices, it depends on how long, and depending on when we do start school, it depends on how many days they've been in class before the fees can be refunded at that point in time.
So if they haven't started class, can they get a refund? If they say they change their mind and go to some other online platform or do something outside of our district, can they get a refund on the fees?
I believe that is correct. I will double check on that and get back with you on that.
I'll tell you on this one, there's lots of, and when we look at MOUs and all these things, we've had lots of, if you want to say, technical questions, everything from if a staff member, decides to resign at this point, do we have the fees? So for your question regarding that, I think it's very reasonable to look at if it's before. Again, if that's not what the current policy, those are things we can bring it back to you when we get to the logistical piece of it. So to answer your question, long as you guys are fine with that, yes, until school starts, we could definitely, if that's the wish of the board, to waive fees, or give them back if they don't come. That is something that could be done. Yes. Regarding it. I do think we have, and again, I'll turn it back to the board president, but I know you guys have a motion, I think, on the
We do.
table.
We have a motion, but not a second.
Right.
So, yeah, I think for us to go forward, like I said, I think like Justin talked about, there's a lot of comments about people waiting to understand really how we're going to handle some of the logistics of mitigating the spread of the virus and what we're going to do specifically. And not having those specifics makes it very hard for me, and the people that responded to our survey have sent us emails, all kinds of stuff to make a decision. So I guess if that's one thing I would ask, if we're going to, and I think Matthew's motion was in regard to curriculum and the 2 plans, if we're going to say, let's move forward with that to give a little bit of guidance, I also think we need to say, if you go ahead and enroll and you decide based on changes to how we set up safety protocol, I don't know what that timeline looks like, but I think we need to give some more flexibility with folks as they're trying to make decisions based on the information they have today, and we really don't have it, and we're setting forth the plan. So I think that's key.
Tina, did you have your hand up? Okay, you're just waving at me. That's fine.
No, I'm just getting fidgety. Sorry.
Okay, Matthew, go ahead.
So, I mean, if we're down to letting people change their minds, let me ask this question of staff. If somebody enrolls and then something earth-shattering comes out Friday that would change their mind from going to online to in-person or in-person to online, could they go and update their enrollment, or is it locked in? How are we doing that?
We currently have it locked in. We could make an adjustment to where there is a certain time window where they could go back and change. The other piece of information that we readily put out there is your enrollment is not complete until you hit submit. So once you hit submit, you're locked in. Again, we could set a window where they could go back and make changes, or we can manually make them if needed.
So I would think that would be prudent, especially for the concerns coming from some of the other board members, that we allow that change to happen. I don't know the timeline, but I'd be happy to amend my motion to allow that part in there so that everybody's in consensus on it. But again, it's just approving the online or in person for them to make a choice. And that if we give them some kind of grace period to change it based on information that comes out in the next week or so, and that all the logistics stuff, that all comes in, we vote on that separately here in August when we have the proper information to make an informed decision like Andy's been saying.
So I will come close to seconding your motion. So I guess I would allow the flexibility at least until we can have that meeting. Is it August 3rd?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
At least until then, if not a little bit longer, just with everything and how much it's changing. And again, like he said, to me, it's about the curriculum, the setup, the two different options, not logistics, as long as, and I think we need to make sure that that's clear when we advertise this after the meeting, put it on Facebook, social media, that not the logistics part is approved at this point. I will second Matthew's motion.
Hold on, Andy, real quick. Well, you've already seconded. Okay, we have to vote. But
well, we can amend it if you want.
Well, my question is for Matthew is we probably need to put an end date, right? A time. So either is it the August 3rd meeting? Is it the first day of school? Where are you at with your motion on how you would want?
Whatever is amenable to the board. If you guys think it's past that, board meeting date, that's fine. I don't think you're going to see a lot of people probably flip flop them, but I'm amenable to any time that we pick out there. I was just throwing out a week because I didn't know. I was trying to accommodate Andy's concern about getting more information, but I think we're always going to be getting more information, and we've got to have an endpoint at some time. So, you know, I don't know.
Well, the meeting's August 3rd for the safety plan
right.
stuff.
So if I'm pulling up a calendar real quick, if we August 3rd, you know, if we gave them to the end of that week, maybe August 7th.
I could go with that.
That's plenty of time. And I hope staff doesn't hang me for suggesting that date. I'm just trying to get it out there so that everybody understands. I'm not trying to jump the gun. I'm trying to give them as much flexibility as possible to get the right teachers in the right place for whatever curriculum people pick.
So, Mr. Hamlin, what do you think about that?
I think that is a very reasonable compromise. Understand, if we have some, and I'll just throw numbers out, if we have a massive number of people that initially say online, and I then have developed logistics for social distancing based on the number that we were planning in person, and all of a sudden the week before those many from online decide, no, I'm going to come back into the building, I would ask please for grace, as you all have always given me, as I work through moving some tape around on seats in the lunchroom to accommodate the people coming in. So we'll make it work. We are definitely going to make it work.
So
Tina, go ahead.
So
Sorry, Matthew.
here's my concern with that is if we go to the 7th, that is literally 1 week. If we do not delay start, that is 1 week for teachers to, or staff, doesn't have to be teachers, to have a plan, to figure out what they're doing. I just don't know how that's really respecting their time if we give them 1 week to go before delayed start. I would be fine with a shorter time. I don't know what that date, I mean, I think the way things are going, either we're going to have a decision next week, Wednesday. I mean, we could end up with having to wait for Sedgwick County to make decisions. That we don't know. But I just feel like as far as valuing our staff and giving our staff time to come together and wrap their heads around what's going to happen this year, I think August 7th is too late.
Yep. Tina, I understand what you're saying too. My thought with is as well, that's also the same time, August 3rd is when we release the safety plan also. So, I mean, we're asking them if we start on the 12th, that's the same short turnaround for everyone to figure all that out as well. So it's kind of where, you know, for me, I thought that should be moved up, you know, personally, but if we can't move it up and we're planning to, there's really no perfect answer. I don't know, because it would be difficult to have people flip enrollment options that late, but also they're not learning any safety issues until that date unless we move it up. So I'm not quite sure. Do we move up our briefing on the safety plan to next Monday? And so then we have some more time. I don't know. Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that maybe we move up our safety plan to next Monday, get back together. But then, Mr. Hamlin, and it's not going to be a perfect answer. It couldn't be, but is there maybe a capacity that, you know, when you start to look at the size of common areas and average classroom size, and can we get to a place where by next Monday, if we get back together, is there a capacity for in-person learning 5 days a week that we kind of, it's not first come, first serve, but at some point we've got to say, hey, this is our plan. We're going in. Who wants to get in person? And the rest of you are going to have to wait 9 weeks. I know, tough decision.
It is. It is.
You don't even have to answer that, but it's something to think about.
Well, sure. And trust me, I'm thinking about it. So the social distancing will be the limiting factor, obviously. Okay. A traditional class, traditional start, that social distancing is going to be a challenge, an opportunity. Let's put it that way.
I seem to be having a lot of comments and then quickly deferring to somebody else, but I did want to put out another thought there for you guys. And that is that we do have in-district and out-of-district transfers at Derby Public Schools, and they cannot enroll until after our returning students and home attendance students get enrolled. So that adds another layer of placement issues. And so they're not even going to be committing their options. So I would, that's where I say I defer. I would ask Becky to chime in and just share the impact that potential delays would have on transfers.
Justin, if I can real quick, also another question that I just thought of, when is new teacher orientation?
We have a calendar committee that's going to reconvene. And again, that is all dependent on which calendar we're going with. So currently we have orientation starting the last week of July. So we have people coming in and starting on curricular items next week regarding it. So that will be helpful if they know and are able to provide that support to them during that piece. As Katie said, and we'll let Becky talk more about that too, but families are just like our families that are in district, our out of district families. If they don't know that they will be able to get in here, they too want a home and to know where they're going to go to school. And we have to think of one, being sensitive to families' needs, but two, financially, when we have out of district come in, that's over a $1.6 million impact approximately to our budget if we lose those individuals and the impact that we would have for the next school year. So I think is if we lose a lot of students, there is an impact, and that has ramifications too. So again, I think tonight, and I understand all the hesitation, you know, we can have a board meeting at any time that the board chooses. I don't have a crystal ball regarding this, but if you look at general timeline and how things have been operating in making decisions, I think we've heard that the State Board of Education to have a meeting on Wednesday. If you're looking at potentially having a meeting the following Monday, let me explain what has to happen. That means if the Sedgwick County Commission can make a change, if they're not meeting on Wednesday, if they wait to Thursday, that gives district staff 1 day to decipher everything and nothing in the packet again for people by having a meeting on Monday. So when you look at it saying, is that really realistic? Is the Sedgwick County Commission going to meet on Wednesday this week? Are they going to meet on Thursday this week? Because to have any other decisions to help guide stuff, you'd need that. And then we need time. We had a comprehensive plan based on KSDE, working with the pediatricians, working with Sedgwick County, working with DNEA. We were ready to present based on the initial plan. But again, if these mandates come down,
then we need some time to work through and answer, because you guys will, like, I think Mr. Watkins said he had, if we got into logistics tonight, he has pages for us to answer.
Okay, Andy?
Yeah, just a follow-up question, Heather. I guess, have we talked with our local county commissioner or the county commission to know what the next steps are and where they're at on everything? I mean, I know that's one of the recommendations through the state was that we involved our local county commissioners and get them involved along with health folks and others. But have we talked with them to know when that next meeting might be and provided some input as to how that might go?
To date, I have not talked to them since this last, I think at 4 p.m. when she made that executive order. Have I talked to the county commissioner, at least one of them, during this whole thing? The answer is yes.
Okay, but they haven't given you an idea of when they might meet?
I do not have an idea when they will meet.
Okay. Well, again, if we don't have enough information to present it all tonight, again, I have a hard time with this. Is next Monday an option? It seems like it would give us a little bit more time. We may not know exactly how the county commission is going to handle it. We would have an idea of what's going to happen at the state level. To me, we could then make a recommendation as a district as to what we want in place based on all the information that we have at this point. We can involve information from the health department, the county commissioner, if we wanted to, the stuff they're looking at as well to make an informed decision. And so I guess is next Monday an option for folks? And if so, I might rescind my second as long as we meet next Monday. If Mr. Joyce is okay with that.
I would just pose in there to say, what will we gain by next Monday? And then what that is doing at this point, because we need to halt enrollment, you know what I mean, regarding that, with how it gathers and pushing back everything for families. So again, I think our families that are joining, if we're doing that, the impact would be that piece of it. It would be transfers. And again, I'd ask for direction if for some reason it changes from the original motion about what you want us to gather when we won't have that any more guidance for what will Monday's meeting look like.
Well, I would say that we would have more information. The community would have more of a chance to look at everything as well. And we were talking about, I mean, again, we would be okay. Mr. Joyce's motion was to go ahead with the curriculum plan with the idea that we'd look at the logistics in 2 weeks. And I'm just saying we move that to next Monday so that you do have an accelerated time frame and can get information out quicker to everybody, community, parents, teachers, everybody involved. And so I guess that's where I'm at, is we go ahead and approve curriculum like you're wanting to do. And I think everybody, it sounds like, is on board with that. I think it's the logistics part is the piece that we need to really talk about more.
Okay, Pamela, did you have a question? Go ahead. You're muted, Pamela.
Okay, sorry. So just to clarify that, you're saying basically we go ahead, you're just making, the only change you're making to the motion is instead of August 7th, we would move that up to next week?
If Mr. Joyce is okay changing his motion. If he's not, I'll take my second away.
No, I'm fine with that.
Andy, clarify your motion or your second.
So my motion would be everything that Mr. Joyce talked about. We've got it recorded, but basically we would approve the curriculum plan with the understanding that logistics is not approved, but we would take that up this coming Monday, whatever that is, the 27th, and approve the logistics at that meeting. So it would just accelerate the timeline we were talking about. We were talking about approving logistics at August 3rd. Right,
but my question, so where are we at on the ability to swap enrollment options? Or is that still in the motion, Matthew, at a later date? Or Andy, is that what you're still wanting in the motion, I guess?
That was my understanding, yes.
Okay.
If that's
so I'm going to try to repeat this motion. Oh, go ahead, Tina.
Well, that's what I was just going to ask. LaShawna, did you write the motion down? Because at this point, it's so muddied. I don't know what we're voting on, what we're not voting on.
I'm going to attempt to repeat it, Tina. So let's see. All right. So look, and I made Matt upset, he left, but Matthew, so the motion on the table is that we would approve the curriculum delivery plans should offer both an online, remote, and in-person option, those two options today, with the ability for the parents to change their enrollment up until we've released our safety plan. So I don't know if the date's being moved. We need to clarify the date on that.
How
So you
about
wanna go
48
next
hours?
Friday?
48 hours after we release that plan, 2 days.
Matthew?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay, so then the board meeting would be Monday for the safety plan approval, right? So we would say Wednesday would be the deadline to swap your enrollment.
That sounds fine. That takes
I mean,
Tina- that takes her concerns into account.
that's moving, yeah.
Yeah, I think that'll be reasonable.
Okay, so the motion, once again, is to approve the curriculum delivery options for online and in-person today, effective today, with the caveat that the parents can swap their enrollment up until Wednesday of next week, following our Monday board meeting to review and approve the logistical safety plan. That was the motion of Matthew. If I'm wrong, you can change it.
Nope, sounds good.
Just
And D.
quick clarification, and we also talked about fees as well. So I don't know where that fits in.
Right, fees, okay, with fees still being able to be swapped before school starts, right? John?
I've had a couple parents actually text me during the meeting saying a lot of them don't even pay their fees or they choose the pay over time option. So I don't think that's an issue, but if we want to add it into the motion, that's fine.
Okay, go ahead, John.
Our standard practice here in the district is we will issue a refund on fees up until a full refund up until the day that classes start. So
does that need to be in the motion, guys? I mean, sounds like it's going to be.
If that's policy, it's probably all right.
Yeah. So I think the motion, as I read it back, if everyone remembers, it's probably okay. And we do have a motion and we do have a second. Were there any final comments or questions on this motion?
The 48 hours, not everybody watches this meeting. I would like it to be more about the message that goes out to all the parents. It says, this is the new logistics plan. You have 48 hours to make your decision if you want to change anything.
So Mark,
it's not 48 hours from Monday's meeting. It's 48 hours from when the district releases the plan in writing that says, this is our plan as we go forward. And now they have 48 hours. It might be Thursday or Friday. It depends how fast we get it out. In a district-wide message that says, this is our plan.
Okay. Tina?
So again, not to keep belaboring the point, but if we do that 48 hours from the time we release the plan, unless we release that plan on Monday, you're still talking, it could be a week. And I just don't think that's enough time for our teachers to prepare and get everything ready. I am fine.
What?
I'm completely fine with approving the enrollment and all of that. I just do not want to go a week or a week and a half before school, because that's not respecting our staff at all.
Well, it's going to be next week. We've pulled.
Yeah, it's a week earlier than we had originally said, right?
Yeah. We're talking next week before the end of July now.
Okay, and I get that, but what I'm saying, and I guess maybe I didn't say it right, is we may not have any more information next Monday than we do at this very present moment.
Well, we'll have the state board's probably decision, right, on what they're going to do with the start of school on Wednesday.
Unless it goes
We
to the county
anticipate to
commission,
have
they don't-
that Wednesday.
Yeah, they're voting Wednesday, so I'd assume we'd know one way on that probably.
But a lot of the things that we all went over this last few days is now out for parents to look at. This meeting is out. Some of the discussion is out. Some of our concerns are out. We can start asking, how are we doing? What do you think? I think we'll have a lot more information, actually. This stuff, even tonight in our own discussion, we were talking how fast things change. Things can change tomorrow, and yes, I think we'll have more information in a few days. Or if you want, then let's get back together Thursday this week if we want to speed it up. But I think we need a few more days to let people digest everything that's happening tonight and over the last 2-3 days with probably 3,500 pages worth of documents.
I
Becky, did
just
you
want
have
to
something?
add something in regarding enrollment, if I can. The original enrollment date was scheduled to open today, and we did choose to delay that as a district leadership team so that our families would have time to see these options tonight and be fully informed. We didn't think that it was fair for our families to enroll without that information. We thought it was very important that they have this plan to look over and hear the discussions as part of this meeting. And so we do want to make sure that everyone's informed so that they can make a decision. But I'm going to go back to what Katie was saying earlier. Our transfers and our out-of-district students have a huge impact on our district, and it's going to impact staffing moving forward if we lose these families to other districts. And just so that you guys know, I've had quite a few inquiries about, when will we find out if we're accepted into the district? When will we find out what we're doing? Because they are feeling some pressure to go ahead and enroll in their home districts. And I know it maybe feels rushed to some of you, and maybe it's just because we've been working so hard on this all the time, but I feel like if we keep waiting for more information, we will possibly never have a plan. I feel like as quickly as things are changing with this, we have to do our best to make a plan that's going to work for all of our students and our staff and our families, and have some grace and have some flexibility in there. But if we keep waiting for more information, if we keep waiting for more guidance, I think we have to do the best that we can with what we have at this point and make the decisions the best that we can together. And like Mrs. Bohati had said, have been collaborating. I've been in contact with the health department also. I know that a lot of us have. For a while there, it was on a daily basis, several times a day. And I want to make sure that our families are informed, and that our staff, there's a lot of anxiety among our staff. They need to know what they're doing. I kind of feel like we've been given a little bit of grace if the delay is approved for planning purposes. So the more information we have, we can plan with our staff and help our teachers to prepare. I just want to put that out there as an advocate for our employees, classified staff and certified staff. They're ready to go. They're ready to plan for our students, and I think we need to find a balance between feeling rushed and making decisions that will allow us to move forward in the best interest of our students.
And if I could follow up on that, Mr. President, I completely agree with what Mrs. Mader said about respecting the anxiety level and the need for staff to plan for this. I'm a parent of 3 students starting this year who will attend Derby Public Schools. So as a parent, I totally understand that anxiety and that need to know. But I think you also have staff across the district who are, as has just been said, in limbo. They don't necessarily know what they're going to be teaching. They might have preferred one model, but they don't know if they're going to necessarily be teaching within that model. Some of them are waiting to enroll their children to see what model they're going to be teaching. And I know that the staff, one thing I said earlier in this meeting was that the staff is going to benefit from knowing, kind of moving out of this meeting, what the plan will look like.
Yeah, thanks, Becky and Joel. Agreed with what you're saying. I guess the thing is, a massive linchpin in all this is going to happen on Wednesday's vote with the state board. Either we are delayed until September 8th, or we open August 12th. I mean, it's huge. It's not like it. And I guess in my thought, it's not just something small that's going to change. That might always have small change. This is a big change. This is like a 3-week difference in when school starts. So that's kind of where I feel like there will be some major information that we will learn this week in just a couple of days. But I understand what you're saying, but that's kind of where I was coming from on that. But I did see Pamela had a question.
My comment was just that, we can decide we know what the state's going to say, but we're never going to know. It changes so that we may end up having to use some vague language like we did for the summer programs where, you know, we're going to operate based on the recommendations or the requirements of the local health department or the county and based on guidelines. So, I mean, we might need to word it in such a way that it's not state specifics. It might say it for now, but, you know, we never have that final word and up to the day, you know, day-to-day operations. So I think I'm ready to vote on, and if you want to meet Wednesday night and move that date from next Monday up to this Wednesday, I'm fine with that. But I think we have to, like, I agree that we need to say at some point, we've just got to move forward. And personally, I think a lot of people out there are ready to enroll their students. I think if they know if they want online or face-to-face, and that they're trusting that if they go face-to-face, that precautions will be taken. So, you know, I feel like we're overestimating the number of people who are waiting for that information.
Andy?
So I guess to me, what we've talked about is a compromise. We would allow people to go ahead and enroll this week. All that we're saying is that until we meet again to discuss the safety protocol in more detail, that they can change what they're doing. So to me, we're going to get an idea at least. You're going to let people go ahead and enroll. And to me, this does seem like a compromise. And something that it sounds like we can maybe move forward with. So, yeah, obviously, if anybody else has other comments, I would like to move forward with vote.
So with that being said, we do have a motion in a second, so we do have to take a vote on this. And because it's been so many more questions, I'm going to try to summarize one more time. The motion that Matthew made was to go ahead and approve the curriculum delivery models of online and in person effective now, and then with the caveat that families can change their enrollment up until I think it was 48 hours after we release, or after the safety plan for the district is approved and released, which would be, the meeting is still looking like next Monday is what Matthew had motioned. So that's what we're gonna have to go with, at least for this vote. If it doesn't go through, we can talk about other options, but that is the motion and the second, that we will meet again Monday to talk about the safety plan to follow on to this meeting. But for now, we will approve the online and in-person models with the ability to change your enrollment up until 48 hours after we approve the safety plan or it's published. So Matthew motioned, Andy seconded, so we need to vote on this motion. So all those in favor of that motion. So I am seeing 7-0. Okay, so that was a Matthew motion and the Andy second, and it passes 7-0. Okay, next up, under reports, 5B, update on summer programming with Heather Bohati.
Okay. I have one other item, Mr. President, if we are able to take consideration, depending, we do not know how the school board will, the state school board would vote. If for some reason the September date is not upheld with that, we would ask consideration regarding, as you know, we've had lots of boundary changes district-wide, but to have some flexibility in the sense that so families could get to visit the building. And again, we're just saying, we're not talking about the September timeframe at this point, but just for August. But the start date of school was August 12th, to look at August 13th, if for some reason we are starting in August. So the 12th, basically that timeframe, a day could be used for parents to come in small groups and set up a time to meet with teachers to get to visit instead of the back to school night. Right now, you know, the format of back to school night is you have a 2-hour time frame and everyone comes in at one time in the building. So again, you know, we don't know how that vote's going. We're just trying to plan ahead and to have some flexibility. And one option would be is delaying that one day if it's the August date. Not trying to muddy things for families, but trying to plan ahead. The September timeframe, we would bring back a comprehensive plan later. We're just trying to plan for the immediate if for some reason that vote changes.
Okay, so Heather, is that something we can vote on, that adjustment you need us to vote, take action on to change that start date to the 13th?
We would need your
Okay.
approval to do that. That's not something as
So-
administration we can do.
Yeah, I mean, for all the reasons that you just mentioned, I'm fine with that unless someone has, Matthew, do you have a question?
No, I was gonna second or make the motion or second, so.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would move that we go ahead and approve that, the swap, the start date. Matthew, second that?
Yep.
Okay. Any questions or comments on that change? So all those in favor of moving the start date to the 13th? 7-0.
Okay, I appreciate that. And again, that's only if the August one, we're just trying to, we have had lots of Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C options. So
Right.
I will also mention, I did hear back from one of the Sedgwick County commissioners, and right now there is not, they are unsure when a meeting would be held. So at this point. Okay. So with that being said, next item is update regarding summer programming. Our summer programming again, and we gave an update last week, and I will turn it over to Holly and Becky if there's anything in addition, but I will also plant the seed regarding summer that we would also bring back August 3rd to have further discussions. If we're still meeting August 3rd, is that right? We're meeting the next 2 weeks, the 27th and the 3rd? Or just the 27th? I'm just getting clarity.
Yeah, so it's everything that's going to be on the 3rd, but is there anything else that you were planning to bring to that meeting that was not just the safety plan?
Yes.
John?
The budget was scheduled to go that day.
So would it be ready for the Monday?
No.
Okay.
We still
So it
need
may
to
sound
have
like
a third. Yep.
it may sound like we'll do them both. So
Okay, so July 27th and August 3rd. So with that being said, we would, I'll meet with you, Mr. President, on when we want to bring, but I just am planting the seed that with everything that's going on in limited numbers, we anticipate in visiting with Mr. Hamlin, this is going to impact graduation. So we can have further conversation once we have more direction, but just mentioning that at this point on summer updates. We keep visiting that weekly, and that's very much on our radar for families. With that being said, Holly or Becky, if you have any additional updates since last week.
I do have an additional update regarding Latchkey. It's just a little bit different information to share with you than I shared last week. Our weekly average with Summer Latchkey is around 40 students. It does look a little bit different this year at Summer Latchkey, but overall, they have said it's been a good summer. Feedback both from families and from staff. The staff has really embraced the protocols that may have seemed a bit daunting at first, but they've done a great job thinking outside the box, planning fun and creative activities for the students. And so given the parameters that we were working with and the guidance from the health department regarding that Latchkey program, it's gone very well this summer.
For Team Prime Time, it has also gone well. Our July session enrollment has trended slightly below the June. We are thinking due to travel and other things that families may be engaged in. We are down to about 32 students a week. Our staff for Prime Time are also adhering to safety and health protocols. Students are having a good time in their classrooms, working on both academics and recreational activities.
Okay. We'll stand for any questions you may have.
okay, were there any questions or comments on summer programming? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, next up, I'll move to our discussion items. First up is item 6A, the Derby High School sculpture request for proposal with John Regier.
Good evening, John Regier, Director of Finance. In your packet, there is a cover memo as well as an RFP for a sculpture to be placed and to be made and placed at Derby High School. This is something that I know Mr. Hamlin has been planning for quite a few years, and I'll turn it over to him after we go over a little bit of information. As we were kind of going through this process, we noted that the price is going to go above the limit of expenditures before having to be bid. So I've been working with legal counsel on all of this. Council has reviewed the RFP Has spent some extensive time on it to make sure we're all in accordance to all the statutes. So we are needing to go out and RFP this so we can get this at the high school. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. Hamlin to kind of explain the why behind the sculpture and what the idea was. So
finally, a plan that's literally etched in stone. This is it. So no, I believe I shared with all of the board members several weeks back. When I became the principal, I basically got this idea of creating a lasting gift for the new campus. Many of you are aware, there is the black Italian Carrera marble panther that sits in the basketball lobby, and the bell. Both of those were lasting gifts donated to the school in 1967 and the subsequent years after. Oddly, there's really been nothing of that magnitude given to the current Derby High School campus. So when I became principal, I had this vision, this dream. 10 years later, I have raised all of the money required to see this come to a reality. I also want to make sure to thank McCown Gordon. They have assisted me get across the finish line with some of the base where this sculpture is going to be mounted to. Important to note, there is absolutely not a single tax dollar being spent on this, no bond monies. This is all couches that I've tipped over, donations that I've taken from people, and it's going to be great. It's going to be a very, very art or beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So what we're going to end up having for in person, there will be a bronze and stone statue. For the more online type person, there'll be a picture of it on the website. And for the hybrid, we might have Monday and Tuesday the bronze stone, and the rest of the week there'll be a hologram or something like that. So we got all the bases covered. So, but I really appreciate any support of this project, and it's going to be a meaningful thing for many, many, many people to enjoy for many years.
with that, I would ask that if we could move this to actions, we get this posted. If you notice in the RFP, we do have a kind of a short bid window. This has been something Mr. Hamlin and his team has been working on for quite a while, and we had to pump the brakes just a little bit when we came to bid, so that put a few week delay on it. But I'd like to ask if the board is okay with how it looks at this point to ask for it to be posted, and then we will bring it back at the August 3rd meeting for acceptance of any bidders that respond to this.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Hamlin, for the thinking of all the different angles to get that available. Matthew, do you have a question?
Yeah, just a quick question. Why do we have to put it out for bid if all the money was donated? I'm clarifying why.
So, because it's in an activity fund, it's still district discretion. So you are still required to follow statutes because the check will be coming from a USD 260 bank account.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'd suggest we move it to action. Or I'd motion to move it to action.
Okay. We got a motion. Pamela, go ahead.
Motion. I was just going to say, maybe they've already thought about this, but in the contract, if we do put the picture online, need to make sure that the contract includes the likeness of the statue as well as the statue itself. Because I don't know if it's the story of Black Bear Bosun and the Keeper of the Plains, but they've collected a lot of money on that since it was erected, just from likenesses. So just a thought. I second the motion.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second. All those in favor of moving this to action? 7-0. Okay. Okay, so next up, we have item 6B is our board policies with Heather Bahati.
Yes, we have throughout the year, usually in the summer and then winter, we receive updates from the Kansas Association of School Boards for policies. And so the policies you're seeing are part of those regular updates. So I will step through the policies that you have and give some high level changes that are reflective in these policies. And I will also mention our policy committee review individuals Mr. Joyce and Mrs. Pernier have also reviewed these. So starting with CF, Board Superintendent Relations, this one has just minor changes and it's dealing with punctuation. DFE, Investment of Funds, it includes language to take into account banks and savings and loan associations that are part of the district boundaries. GAAP, Complaints of Discrimination, they're amended complaints on who to report. GAAC, this one has had some significant changes. They're regulatory changes from the U.S. Department of Education, which occurred on May 6th of 2020, which address, again, major changes to the definition of what constitutes sexual harassment, what triggers the district's legal obligation to respond, and how the district must respond with new regulations. This, of all the policies, is very important to have in effect. New regulations say that it has to be in effect and approved by August 14th of 2020. GAAD, child abuse, adds a requirement that the school district must provide annual training to employees on reporting. GAOC, the tobacco-free school grounds for staff. It expands the definition of electronic nicotine delivery system and also prohibits the promotion of tobacco products. HAE, board negotiation, changed the word agent to representative. IC, educational program, updates the language to reflect the current practice of curricular offerings. IJ, change the word shall to may, so very minor. And then JCDAA, tobacco-free school grounds for students, expands again the definition of electronic nicotine delivery devices as was talked above, the one for staff, and also prohibits the promotion of tobacco product. We talked about JGEC, that sexual harassment one already. JQKA, and again, a note on this is foreign exchange policy. And although we're making the change in this policy, we requested at the July 13th meeting that the policy is being suspended during the current environment. So we would ask that that stands still, but it changed the word shall to may and adds a statement to determine whether staff, facilities, equipment, and supplies are available. KMA, tobacco-free school grounds for visitors, is a new policy that regulates visitors, parents, contractors, volunteers, and other visitors on the district's tobacco-free school grounds. And KN complaint, it took out complaints against discrimination from the basis of sex from KN and moves it under GAAC and JGEC and updated the language regarding child nutrition programs. I'll stand for any questions you have, but I did want to provide you the overview of the high level of updates to these policies.
Okay, Pamela, go ahead.
So these are policies that are recommended by KASB, but there are district policies.
That is correct. We, as a school district, good question, adopt the KASB policy, but part of the procedure that we use when we get them, so we'll get updates and we don't just say, hey, here's the updates and we're asking for your approval. So we send them to each supervisor of the area. So for instance, if it's something on child nutrition, then Martha and Burke would see it. If it's something with finance, like the investment of funds, that's something that John would look at. And then those also are reviewed at the Human Resource Office. If the supervisor does want to make any changes in any change of language, then would be sent back to the Kansas Association of School Board for their approval before we would bring it to you for approval. So our policies they reflect, they mirror, they aren't verbatim word for word, but very closely resemble those of the Kansas Association of School Boards.
Okay, and the reason for my question is we received a thoughtful and articulate, I assume it went to the whole board, thoughtful and articulate letter from one of our high school students requesting protection for sexual orientation and gender identity. And I just wonder how that works into the discussions, or is this where we look at acknowledging the request and considering that, or how do we respond to requests like that as far as changing policy?
Sure. Any policy request, if there's policy regard a certain aspect of it, those can be worked with legal counsel. regarding it. That would be something too, is why we have a policy committee. Some of those, a lot of times we can electronically send the policies if we're getting KSB, but if there's questions, then we can reconvene them and have them look at it. If it's an email that board received, regarding, then that's something that, if it's something that administration needs to look at, then those could be sent for us to take a look at it. Or if it's something to respond, if we already have a policy on it, then those can be responded back according to, here's the policy that we have to address your concerns regarding it. So I think those could be individually looked at and then reply accordingly.
Okay. So we don't have to mirror KSB, we just choose to, is that right?
We choose to, or we have in the past, with it. And again, several of our policies, I'll use the enrollment policy since we've had lots of discussion regarding enrollment. If you pulled the enrollment policy that we go over, ours has a lot of additional information that is not part of the KASB that the board has selected to approve. Some of that does involve transfer students and what's the procedure for that. It also is, if you lived, in the district and moved out, how are you handling it? So those specifics have been specific to Derby Public Schools and the board approval based on the language.
So is there any policy that addresses that population?
We do have policies that address. So if you have a specific question, I think with that, feel free to send it our way and we can pull policies for you. But the policies, what we're asking tonight is updates to these specific policies.
Right, and the discrimination policy was the reason I brought it up.
Yeah, of course.
It should be extended to that, so. Okay.
Robin?
Yeah, I just had one question. I noticed that there was a lot of language change in the sexual harassment policy. And so I believe teachers are required to do an online training every year about that. And so has that training been updated as well to reflect the policy, or are they aligned already?
Yeah, I'm going to turn it over to Becky. She has been sitting in on, we talk about webinars and trainings on this. There has been plenty. So I'll have her touch base, and it also impacts one of the approvals you approved at the last meeting was actually the Title IX coordinator with, and that is Becky, and the different roles that people and our principals and administrators and other individuals in the district will have based on this policy. So I'll turn it over to Becky.
All right, thank you. So there have been big changes to Title IX, as you saw with those policy changes that we had brought tonight. And probably the biggest change with that is that we were required now to identify the Title IX coordinator. So in the past, it had been the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, but that person was also responsible for being the investigator and the decision maker in cases of sexual harassment or discrimination based on sex. So those changes now require a different person to fill each of those roles. So we have a designated Title IX coordinator designated by the board, which was me at the last meeting, as Mrs. Bohati was stating. But we also now are required to identify investigators, decision makers, and who we would go to for appeal. Those do not have to be board appointed, but those people in those roles do have to have training. So I have sat in on several trainings. I've been working really closely with KASB to make sure that we're ready to go. The new policies for that one in particular will be effective on August 14th. So we wanted to make sure that we are ready and set up with everything we need, have everyone trained. And so there's another training on August 6th that I will be participating in, as well as others from our district. And we'll make sure that all of the people that are filling those roles have that training prior to August 14th. And then your question about all staff being trained regarding sexual harassment, that is still a part of the required trainings for all employees. These Title IX changes are more in regards to the people that are filling those specific roles with compliance for Title IX.
Thank you. With that, also, Nikki is on the line. Do you have anything you want to add about those required trainings and kind of how that comes out? Because I do know we have some newer board members about those annual trainings.
Sure. We have, with the mandated reporting, we have now 6 mandated or 6 recordings that all of our staff members will view from Infinitec. It's an online program that we use, and all of those videos get sent out when they report back. So then they have time, usually until the beginning of September, to get all of those videos done and watched. And then it also records who has watched them. So if we ever have to prove that we did our training, it's all kind of logged right there in that Infinitec program.
Thank you.
Okay, were there any other questions? All right, I'm not seeing any. We'll see it back for action. Thank you. Okay, moving on to our action items for tonight. Action item 7A is a taxable general obligation refunding bond issuance resolution with John Regier.
Good evening. Again, John Regier, Director of Finance. In your packet, as well as a landing page, there is some information on a resolution to refund a portion of our 2012 outstanding general obligation bonds. We will be refunding just over $12 million, working with Brett and Steve Sjogren with Stifel. They have found a buyer through the private placement agent that at this point is going to save us roughly $680,000 in net present value, which is over a 5.5% savings. The bonds are going to be paid at a 1.63% interest. Right now, the bonds that we are set to refund, that range of interest that we're paying is between 3.125 and 5%. With that, I will turn it over to Brett Sjogren, who's on the line as well, to kind of give some more logistics as well as some more information about the refunding. Brett?
Yes, thank you, John. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Mr. Regier, Superintendent Bohati. Brett Sjogren with Stifel Nicholas and Company here in Wichita. It's good to be here tonight. As John mentioned, we have some good news to share with you. Just to refresh your memory a little bit, at a previous meeting in June, you voted to approve the Wichita office of Stifel to proceed with your refunding transaction as either an underwriter or a private placement agent. And also to refresh your memory, the COVID-19 pandemic really threw our market into chaos with some extreme volatility. Due to this, we determined that if we could find a sophisticated investor to hopefully purchase the entire issue via a private placement, it'd likely be the best time for a transaction like this. Our sales team in Overland Park made many calls and worked really hard to locate a potential investor for your taxable general obligation refunding bonds, Series 2020A. This transaction would fund an escrow of state and local government securities to advance refund or refinance your previously issued 2012 general obligation bonds for interest cost savings. These bonds are not callable until 2022. And as John stated, they have outstanding interest rates ranging from 3.125% up to 5%. And as I said, our sales team worked hard and they were able to find an interested bank institution to purchase the entire issue and hold it as an investment for the bank. And that purchaser is JP Morgan Chase Bank in Oklahoma City. We sent them a term sheet, your last 3 audits, and some other financial information about Derby USD 260. And they were very impressed with your district, your policies, the local economy, and your close proximity to Wichita. And I have a screen to share if I may. I'm not sure if you all have this or not. Can everybody see that? Okay. JP Morgan Chase did their own credit analysis, which actually saved you some money because they didn't require getting a credit rating. And they gave us a proposal to purchase the district's entire 12-year taxable bonds at an interest rate of 1.63%, which is an incredible rate, especially for the bonds being taxable, and especially during this COVID-19 pandemic. The transaction resulted in total gross savings of just over $748,000. or about $62,000 per year in reduced principal and interest savings. At your meeting back in March, you adopted minimum savings parameters that stated we would not move forward with a refunding transaction unless we could save at least 4% present value savings. As you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, this transaction saves 5.542% present value savings. We're very proud of this transaction that saves the district and its taxpayers nearly $750,000. For your consideration tonight is the bond issuance resolution, which is, I believe, resolution number 2020-07-20, which is correlated to today's date. It's been drafted by your bond counsel, Gilmore and Bell. It's been updated to include the results of the sale, and if adopted, gives us and your staff authority to cause the bonds to be issued and proceed with the closing. And if adopted, we'll work with Gilmore and Bell to put together the transcript and submit it to the Attorney General's office for approval. We'll order the bonds to be printed and delivered to the investor, and the transaction is set to close on August 5th. With that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions you may have about this.
Okay, any questions, comments?
I'll move to approve.
Okay. We've got a motion.
I'll second.
And a second. And Brett, thanks for bringing the good news and for sitting there for 4 hours waiting to tell us that. That was pretty good. So
I have barely enough battery left on my laptop, so you got to me just in time.
I hear you. Okay, so we got a motion and a second. All those in favor? 7-0. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. On behalf of Steve and the rest of our team, we really appreciate our long relationship with the district and the opportunity to work with Derby schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, next up, action item 7B is job descriptions with Becky Mader.
All right, thank you. Becky Mader, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. We had created a job description for the position of Certified Orientation and Mobility Specialist. This job description aligns with the position, and it's been reviewed by our Special Services Director, myself, and also KASB. We brought it for discussion at the last board meeting, and tonight we would ask for your approval of job description 143, the Certified Orientation and Mobility Specialist.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Matthew, and I think Robin was the second. Is that right? Okay, so all those in favor? 7-0. Thank you. Next up, action item 7C is the purchase of phase 2 technology for the new administrative center with Dennis Elledge.
Thank you. Dennis Elledge, Director of Technology. As you've probably seen, as you're watching the progress on the new administrative center, it is getting closer and closer to opening. As such, the infrastructure for the audio visual technology and broadcast technology is about complete. And we are now proceeding forward with the acquisition and installation, programming and training of all of the end device equipment. I see there is a question.
Are you within budget?
We are within budget, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So the purchase is for the end devices, the remaining stuff that's outside the wall, not the stuff that was inside the wall. As pointed out, this is budgeted in 2021. We are under budget, and we are asking for permission at this point to go ahead and execute the contract for $213,920.20. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions or comments?
Hey, Dennis, it's Andy.
Yes.
So this was we approved this in our capital outlay plan, as Matthew was asking about, correct? I mean, there's been no changes to capital outlay for this item.
That is correct, sir. It was approved as part of the capital outlay plan, and it has not changed.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion, Matthew, and a second by Pam. All those in favor? 7-0. Okay, and last up, we have the item we moved to action. Item 7D is the Derby High School sculpture request for proposal with John Regier.
So just a few short minutes ago, we discussed the RFP that's in the packet to be posted for the Derby High School sculpture. With now, I'll be asking to get that posted with bringing back results at the August 3rd Board of Education meeting.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, Andy, go ahead.
Just a quick question, and Mr. Hamlin, you might have covered this if you're still on the call. Will we get to see what it looks like, or maybe you've already shared that, or maybe it was in the packet and I missed it. But I was just curious what it will look like, and I mean I'm totally in favor of it, but just kind of the particulars. Maybe that's the next step after this.
Oh, we were kind of building the base in anticipation of building excitement as to what it was going to look like. But I suspect we probably could manage to have a rendering so that you could see it if you would like. Right now, if this is all approved, the next step would be a mold would have to be cast. And so no, there's not an actual thing yet for you to see, but as soon as there is, be happy to do it. I can tell you this, it differs from any other Panther in the community. You've seen the one at Citizens Bank, previously Veris, along those lines, but this one is more vertical going up. So can't wait for everybody to see it.
As long as it looks like a K-State Wildcat, I'm good.
Okay, Robin, go ahead.
I was just wondering, did you tell us where this Panther is going to be located?
The plan is for it to be prominently displayed right on the front lawn of Derby High School. I envision it serving as a photo op for freshmen when they come in, as well as seniors when they leave.
Excellent.
That's cool.
All right, so we have a motion and I believe a second. Were there any more questions or comments on this one? Okay, all those in favor? 7-0, thank you. Okay, that wraps up our board meeting for tonight. And like I said, we'll be back out again on Monday to continue on this conversation. But with that being said, I will entertain a motion to adjourn this.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion by Matthew. Tina had a second, I believe. So all those in favor to adjourn. 7-0. Thanks, everybody. Have a good night.
Thanks, guys. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.